in the morning, you got me up, all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, this kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say, we gon' be okay, we just gotta boom bada boom ba. I don't wanna fight, you know that I'm right, baby let me talk to your body. We gon' be okay, hear me when I say. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. That's on me, ayy. All chained up, he on lockdown. He find God now. I'm away up. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. All chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. We're all chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Any day could've been dead. High school price on my head. Paranoid lying in my bed. Pray to God they don't turn my shirt red. I was lost, didn't know me. Introduced myself to codeine. 6 months was a dope fiend. Philly didn't even know things. There was a low me. Swear to God it would've hold me. Everything you ever told me, everything you ever showed me, I forgot it. Caused me drama. I used to stay on one. Now I changed on them. The highs with the lows. That's life these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Hit the highs with the lows. That's like these days. Bro chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. I just saw Jizzy got a plane. Guess that's what he meant when he said nothing was the same. Lately I've been grounded, energizing off the pain. Some things gon' change, I'm just soaking up the game. Through the mud, out the rain, like I remember all those same nights. Now I'm on top, no stage fright. Now I'm on go, no brake lights. Hit the pedal, hit the engine roar. No fear like a matador. Breaking trends and I'm making more. Going up, climbing ladders more. I can't be stopped. Now I do what I want. Real, no front. All the way to the top. Highs with the lows. That's like these days. We're all chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. The highs with the lows. That's like these days. We're all chained up, he on lockdown. Phone call 3 ways. I just pray that he find God now. It's no replay. On my way up to the top now. That's on me, ayy. Keep God first. I see evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it out. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it out. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it down. Son of God, no, I am not son of man. Blessings keep falling, the fingers keep coming in. I got you, but just know I'm texting like Uncle Sam. Left to the bank, you know that I'm coming in. We don't do it for the bands though, we don't do it for the clout. Legacy on the line, so I'm moving in and out. Seen good ones turn top dog, greedy ones get knocked off. I keep looking at the bench like I could never not ball. Coach keep me in the game, Curry deadly with the range. I keep looking in the mirror like, who is he? I'm insane. Who am I? He insane. Guess I ain't the one to blame. What's done is done, won't change. Time to live up to my name. Real will be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I'm made for a while. No sleeping while I won't fall. No sleeping while I won't eat out. I keep God first. I see who I evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it out. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it out. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shoot when I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it down. Told my baby, meet me at the bank. Told my mama, I'ma break the trend. Locked in, I'ma change the weight. Working for my baby's kids. Hard times couldn't make the rent. Working hard couldn't save a cent. Lonely nights, just me and God. Swear to him, always made the ends. Grab a paper, see the news. Hate coming by the tools. Walk a mile in my shoes. Something you can never do. Got my back against the wall. Bet I always pull through. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Sending shots, I block 'em. Superman with the moves. Rock 'em, sock 'em, drop pop 'em. Play to win, never lose. Run it up, I top 'em. Play full belly too. I hip hop or pop 'em. Anything I could do. The real won't be real, fake gon' fall. Took time with this here, I made for a while. No sleeping while I won't fall. No sleeping while I won't eat off. I keep God first. I see who I evil when I converse. Not today, say. This how God works. Play my position, what is given with no concerns. Go. Set it out. Top of the morning, I'm gonna set it out. You living boring, I'm gonna set it out. Shooting, I'm scoring, I'm gonna set it out. Like soldiers torn, I'm gonna set it out. Job, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, vintage friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep. These no Cartiers. Pockets deep, bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peak, bro. Whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. Neighborhood be the name. Neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me. Neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance. Neighborhood do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, don't no say. Okay, this the news, tell them read it. Been the one since a fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip us now, the new now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa. On my own, no fixer. I'm gon' ball, no picker. That I ate doors, they live for. Talking on my back, go figure. Whole team eats from splitter. Never was the one to go flicker. No face, no case, no picture. For place, big stakes, my dinner. Flip that, Canal Street. Flip back. Last week, old money. This week, new racks. Never buy 9 more. If I can't afford to gift wrap, stunning in your foreign car. You keep riding rental tax. Ew. Heard you roll the other lean, we are not the same. Couple thousand in my pocket, this pocket chick. Rubber bands on my arm, this is not for play. I put 20 on the crib, but you cop a chain. I know they hated to love it. You know I love when they hate it. Last year was living basic. Nah. Haters on the other side. 3 up, read between the lines. Know I got some angels with me. Made it through some evil times. Late night on some demon time. Pour the Sprite, I need love. I can't lock in sweet love. Freak time. Brainstorm, you can assume with your chains on. I can see none with the lights off. Cap, you been the main one. Coolin' when I got my mains on. Show my.
What happens when a man becomes broken because of unresolved pain, hurt, and fears? Degrees is a byproduct of when men come together to more or less understand the pathologies that are impacting them in a negative way. Something very wicked and precarious happened on yesterday when the Lapeef Network was taken down temporarily because of what's called trolling. Is it that trolls are a byproduct of displaced aggression? Is it that trolls often are people that don't have their needs met, and when they don't have their needs met, they tend to turn on others? We're going to explore this show and understand the mental health pathologies that are associated with trolling and why the Lapeef Network was a victim of trolls on yesterday, and what we can do to understand the impact of trolling from a psychological perspective. Sit back, relax, as I bring it to you live from the greatest state in the union, the Tar Heel State. And I need you guys to remember this is their 7 steps to male optimization. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. Manhood appears to be under attack. Was the Lapeef Network under attack because of trolling and displaced aggression? You decide. All right, guys, we're about to have a power-packed show on today. Get your pens and your papers ready because we're going to talk about the negative impact of trolling. Moving forward, guys, if you come on the platform, if I know you, then I'll let you on. But I prefer that your avatars be on, off. If you got to come up, you got to cam up. The ones that I know, I might give you a pass. But in general, you got to provide an identification either through Facebook or you got to provide some kind of identification, let me know that you're not a troll. Trolling, guys, appears to be, in my mind, a form of mental illness due to not getting needs met. And the definition of displaced aggression is tied to what's called an unhealthy ego defense mechanism. Watch this. Displaced aggression is an aggressive behavior that's directed at a person or a target that is not the source of the aggression, causing provocation or frustration. Displaced aggression occurs when it's impossible or unwise to aggressively attack the source of the provocation or more or less the frustration. And you see displaced aggression in people that know how to come together and have a civil conversation and a civil debate. But what happened to the Lapeef Network on yesterday was unfortunate, and it more or less made me upset because I respect highly JR and I respect Anton Daniels. And while some of you may not agree with everything that Anton and Lapeef stand for, the point is you don't try to more or less derail a person's livelihood because you have displaced aggression, which is a thinking error. There's a lot of mental health pathologies in these YouTube streets. Some of it is undiagnosed, and some of it needs to be diagnosed. But the question remains is, why would a person troll these brothers, good brothers that had nothing to do with even anything nefarious? It becomes very dangerous when you start to impact people's livelihood because you got beef with their points of reference, or you got beef with their message. But what causes a person to revert to something that's negative is trying to mess somebody's life up, but also to get their account suspended. And I get it, guys. As we all grow, we all going to take certain precautions. But the question remains, what caused a person to be disrespectful to the Lapeef Network? What caused it? Was it the byproduct of a simp? Was it a simp enforcer? Was it a woman that had an unhealthy schema? And because of that unhealthy schema, she projected her anger and her displaced aggression towards Lapeef and the Lapeef Network? There are people that I don't agree with. There are people that I don't necessarily endorse. But I would never stoop to the level of trying to more or less sabotage a person based on my own unresolved mental health issues. And it appears that what you're seeing in some of these spaces are unresolved mental health issues that could be a byproduct of many things. Some of it could be vicarious trauma. Some of it could be issues with abuse from the past that haven't gotten resolved. And that person can be the target of their aggression because that person reminds them of the pain through a process called transference. Transference is a process, guys, that occurs in the psychological world as a therapist when a person transfers their pain to you because you remind them of the target that caused them the pain in the first place. And all of that is due to what's called an unhealthy ego defense mechanism. But it appears that they are, and the Lapeef Network that's associated with Anton Daniels was under attack. And I want you guys to listen to ask yourself the question, do you feel that this was what you guys call a simp? Or do you feel like it was a woman that had some beef with JR and Lapeef? Now, if you think it was a simp, I want you to press 1. If you think it was a woman, I want you to press 2. I personally think it was a man. Because sometimes, as we all say, the male simp is worse because you would think the logical thinking men should know better. Now listen, if you guys have not shared the content, I need the 15 that are listening to share this content. I can see who shares the content, so I need you guys to share it. Please share the content because I'm trying to grow this brand, but I'm trying to empower the brotherhood. I'm trying to empower all men, but especially I want to empower young black men that are millennials and zennials and also Gen Xers. I want to empower you guys to get the best outcomes that you can get as it relates to male mental health and getting your needs met as men. So share the content. But in the meantime, if you have not shared the content, also donate to the show, and I'm going to drop my Cash App in a minute. But let's get back to topic. Because right now it's not about the money, it's about male empowerment. Because as you guys know, I'm not the Reverend Knight, I'm the kosher clinician. So this is the time for male empowerment. Because every time men begin to start a movement as it relates to male empowerment, there are always saboteurs or people that seek to sabotage the power of masculinity. And it's unfortunate because what some people don't understand is that when men, they become the best version of themselves. A man can't become a man if every time he's trying to become a man, he's under the reign of being censored or being silenced. And I do these shows to inspire hope not only to the brotherhood, but I do these shows to encourage some of our sisters to understand how and why men think the way that they think. Some of the things that you're hearing from a psychological perspective, you might not understand as a woman because some of these men are doing what's called free associating. Am I not saying that some of the behaviors that you're seeing are not appropriate? Sure, some of the behaviors are not appropriate. Sometimes these men are saying things that are very terse and out of the way. But however, for the last 50 years, some women were saying the same thing about men. And because of that, you're beginning to see the manifestation of men beginning to speak out. You're beginning to see men see that they not only have worth, but they begin to understand their unconscious pathologies that have more or less impacted them in a negative way that caused them to more or less defer their power instead of demanding power. Watch this. So to the 17 that are watching, share this content. Let's share the content. Get the likes up. And shout out to my man Tim Howard for helping me on this journey as I try to grow this brand. Because many times when it comes down to mental health, we tend to minimize it. But something happened on yesterday that caused the Lapeef Network to be sabotage. It appears that the Lapeef Network was sabotaged because of a man or a woman that had issues with JR and had issues with also Anton Daniels. And as I said in the past, the Lapeef Network has been very kind to me. I've often been a frequent guest on King Talk, where men discuss issues from a myriad of reasons, for a myriad of perspectives. Shout out to my homie Shannon Rawls. But also we've talked about the various perspectives as it relates to masculinity and as it relates to male issues. And I think what happens, guys, when people begin to understand and hear how men are beginning to think, it causes a fragmentation of the mind because they're not used to men saying the things that they say. And because they're not used to hearing men say the things that they're saying, some will say, oh, you hate black women, or you hate women, or your mama is black. And a lot of time that's due to projecting or not understanding how the male ego works. An unhealthy ego defense is displaced aggression. But a healthy ego defense is when men come together and talk and they work together, or they do a process called undoing, where they more or less take those negative things and undo it in order to turn the negative into something good. And the only thing those people had to do was more or less have a conversation with JR or Anton Daniels. You don't necessarily have to agree with everything those brothers say, but you don't have a right to more or less sabotage their channel, which is unfortunate. And so the question remains, is trolling a byproduct of low self-esteem? Is trolling a byproduct of a person not loving themselves? Is trolling a byproduct of people that's being agitators for no reason? Or is trolling a byproduct of all the above? So we got to ask ourselves the question, how could this have been handled? Because displaced aggression, guys, a lot of times turns to what's called death. I told you guys that death is tied to what's called cognitive dissonance, when a person can't hear what's going on because of being deaf. And what I mean by deaf, something that can happen to men and women, but mostly some of our women, is that they deny the evidence when you present them with the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue, do what's called ad hominem attacks, as they are attacking the messenger instead of attacking the message. And what they do, they fight you or they flee. And instead of fleeing on yesterday, they fought, and they did it because they had issues with their aggression, because they could not more or less sabotage JR and Anton Daniels. And because of that, you're seeing the byproduct of people waging war in these male spaces, because some don't understand how men think and why men think the way they think. Because many men feel that anytime men begin to speak, many will try to silence them or change the narrative, or you get what's called, male feminists. You get simps, and you get white knights that are agitators to the movement of masculinity. You don't have to believe in the things that men believe in. Just keep it moving. I don't attack other groups for their rights, whether it's liberal, conservative, or more or less moderate, because it doesn't apply to me. But I would never try to attack or sabotage someone because I disagree with their philosophy or position. I believe in what's called civil discourse, where men and women come together to more or less talk about their issues without sabotage. But it appears that there are some in these spaces that have what's called unresolved mental health issues. And that's why I do what I do, because one reason, I want to empower the brotherhood. I want to empower black men. I want to empower all men in general. But my heart is for black men. So guys, as you're listening, I need you guys to share the content. Get the likes up. If you have not donate to Cash Out $7 Smalls, or hit the super chat, because these shows are very time consuming, as I've said before in the past. But once again, death is something that you're beginning to see now, because more men are beginning to speak out and more men are beginning to speak up. And because of that death, which is more or less tied to a thinking error, it's causing some to shut down. Because some have not seen men begin to speak the way that they are speaking. They're not used to it. Shout out to my man, the Narc Perspective, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, brother. He's a support from the hobby. No doubt. You're definitely a hobby. You're about 5 feet tall, man. Shout out to my man, the Narc Perspective. I love you, young buck. I love you. But we need to have these conversations, these discussions, guys. Because not only do you see what's called death, but also you begin to see what's called, as Kevin Samuels calls it, sign language. Now listen, you don't have to agree with Kevin Samuels 100%. You don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't agree with nobody 100%. I don't agree with 100% what Kevin says, but I do respect him and I respect his position. But Kevin Samuels always say the sign language is tied to what's called shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. And anytime black men begin to speak out, you get what's called incessant shaming language. And sometimes it happens because they don't really understand where it's coming from. But the question remains, why would someone do that to JR and Anton Daniels? Good brothers. You don't have to agree with all their positions, but they're good brothers. And we know why. Because they want black men to continue to be silent. They don't want men to speak out and for men to tell their stories and to tell their perspectives. And as a licensed therapist, I think it is tied to undiagnosed mental illness, which is a byproduct of unconscious pathologies. When men come together because they understand the power of the brotherhood. And I'm going to do a show in the future called The Male Ego and the Disenfranchisement of the Brotherhood. I'm going to talk about that at some point. But one thing that healthy fathers teach their sons is that men talk and do things based on principle. Principle does not seek to usurp another man because you have a disagreement. That's not principle. But principle comes together and have a conversation to understand where the other man is coming from. And you either agree or disagree, and you keep it moving. That's what principle is called. Principle is tied to call a person saying your word is your bond. Back in the day, I remember a time when men spoke on their word, and their word was their bond, and they kept it moving. But nowadays, because so many of these young men, many of them are sympathizers or were raised in homes where they didn't have strong fathers, they tend to do things that are very petty, but sometimes it looks like female behavior. And it's a problem when those things happen because the Lapeef Network should have not went through that attack that they went through on yesterday where someone actually used something inappropriate to come up on the panel. So to the ones that are coming in that are listening, the Lapeef Network was under attack yesterday due to something inappropriate that caused them to be shut down temporarily. They will get their channel back. I'm pulling for those brothers because those brothers are good men. I've been on their shows on several occurrences on King Talk, and those guys are good men. But we're going to have a powerful discussion on today because I want to liberate your mind. And so if you have not shared the content, share the content. Share the content, get the likes up, and let's have a conversation. Because to the persons that are listening, men or women, do you have what's called displaced aggression? Do you have what's called undiagnosed mental illness? Because a person, guys, that is suffering from what's called a delusional personality disorder, they think what they're doing is right. And many times people that have personality disorders, whether it be narcissistic personality disorder, whether it be delusional personality disorder, whether it be borderline personality disorder, many times those that have what's called delusional personality disorders believe that their ego is what's called syntonic. A syntonic ego is when you think that what you're thinking is actually right. Watch this. But a person that's dealing with depression or dealing with any other type of pathology have what's called a dystonic ego, meaning they don't like the way that they feel because they know that something is wrong. But people that have delusional personality disorders, they think that when they're doing what they're doing, they think it's right because they are delusional. And as I said before, guys, this is a byproduct of something called death. And that's why I do the Degrees series, because the Degrees series is about remodeling, restructuring, or modifying those negative thoughts in your mind that's caused you to be in the state or the precarious predicament that you're in. And it's unfortunate because many of us realize that some of these people have undiagnosed mental illness that needs to be more or less addressed. But because mental illness is a stigma in the black community, we don't talk about it. See, we can talk about money. We can talk about goofy stuff like celebrity news, which is not wrong with it. If you want to do it, fine. I'm not against it. We can talk about all kinds of stuff, salacious stuff, because I get it. You got to feed the algorithm. It has nothing to do with the content creator. It's more the algorithm. But we talk about things that really don't matter, when many times the matters of the mind is what's most important. But we tend to minimize that because we don't see mental health as an issue. And because we are reactive instead of proactive, we don't talk about it until there's a crisis. And there was a crisis once again on yesterday when these brothers were attacked. I think it's very disrespectful. I think it's very tasteless, because I don't wish ill will on no man, even the men that I don't agree with. I don't wish them ill will because of their position. And that's what you guys are beginning to see when men beginning to speak out unapologetically. Some will say, it's misogyny. They say you hate women. And a lot of times it's not hate. They don't hate the woman. They just hate some of the behaviors that they're seeing from those women that are exhibiting that. We know it's not all the sisters. Shout out to the good sisters. As I always say, shout out to the good sisters that are trying, the good women that are trying to be good examples, and shout out to the women that they call the pick-me's, because pick-me's are trying to get with a man's program because she want a husband. She want a man that's going to help hold her down. She want a man that can build a community and help build a family. So if they call you a pick-me, actually it's a compliment. When another woman call you a pick-me, say thank you, I'm a proud pick-me. Wear your shirt and say, I'm a proud pick-me because I got picked by a husband while you sitting back home looking goofy because you don't have a man. Because you want to fight the power instead of joining the power. And as Bishop Charles E. Williams used to say in the past, y'all ain't going to talk to me. But I'm going to read some of these comments because what you guys are beginning to see now is a byproduct of ignorance. What you guys are beginning to see now is a byproduct of pain that needs to be addressed. Because we can't get a movement started until we address mental illness. Mental illness is real. And there are a lot of walking and ticking time bombs walking around in these spaces. That's why, like I said, when you come up, you're going to have to start showing me who you are, because I don't know who you are. I don't know if you're off. I don't know if you have what's called undiagnosed mental illness. So we need to have a conversation. But shout out to some of the chats. Good afternoon. Shout out to AP Leo Queen. Shout out, sister. Good afternoon, everyone. Anton JR will always succeed against negative, no doubt. Much love and respect, sister. Shout out to Perfect Black. He said, what's up at the Coach Clinician? This is a needed discussion. No doubt, brother. It's very much needed. It is a needed discussion. So I need you guys to share the content. Continue to donate to the channel while we're having this timely discussion. Because what you guys don't realize, you have something rare in this space. You have a black male therapist. And this is something that's very rare. A black male therapist is seasoned in many modalities, but also seasoned in many schools of discipline. A background in law enforcement. Initially, I went to school to be a cop. I worked in law enforcement for years. I taught school. I was a special ed teacher. I taught school. And now I'm a clinical therapist, hailing from one of the greatest state schools in the world, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So I want you guys not to take what I do and take my message for granted. Because what you got is extremely rare. So don't take it for granted, because you're not going to find too many masculine therapists that are seeking to empower black men. So if you have not given, please donate to the channel as we continue to have this discussion. Many times, displaced aggression, guys, can come from also success. I'm going to say it again. Many times, displaced aggression can come from when a man is being very successful. Shout out to my man Top Gun for the $4 super chat. Thank you, brother. Troll zones, fellas, we got to protect this space. Eyes open, no doubt, brother. Much love, Top Gun. Top Gun got that got that trigger point. Shout out to my man Top Gun. But thank you, brother. You're correct. And then also shout out to my man Bathing Soul. Much needed presentation, no doubt. And shout out to Simsia. He says that shout out to the Coach Condition, the chat and the family. Yes, sir. And shout out once again to Perfect Blacks. We hate the treatment that we're getting. Right. We hate the treatment that we're getting. I don't get that kind of treatment. I've been married for 26 years. I wouldn't tolerate it. And my woman trying to do that to me, I would get rid of her quick. It's not a woman on this world that I deem better than myself as a man. As a masculine man, I can love you. I'll give you the world. But if you get out of line, you can get this work. Man or woman, for that matter. But at the end of the day, a woman needs a man to become masculine. And men, I blame you in part because you have not been conditioned and taught to demand anything from the women that you are dealing with. Some of you men have what's called a very syntonic ego as well because you think you don't deserve anything that's worthy of anything. You think it's okay for a woman to talk down to you. You think it's okay that a woman call you dusty. You think it's okay that a woman don't want to compete for you to get the ring. Because, see, some of you women want the ring, but you don't want to compete for the ring. You want the intricacies of being married, but you don't want to compete for the ring. And what you ladies are beginning to see now, shout out to Alan Roger Curry, he talked about a book called The Beta Male Revolution, where even the beta males are getting sick of being not respected. And I did a show on yesterday called Hopium, the Hopamine Rush. Some of you guys are hoping that you're going to get a woman that's traditional, a woman that's going to love you for you, a woman that will support you, respect you, and honor you, but also submit to your program. Some of you men are hoping that based on that infusion of love, or the infusion of love called hope, which is based on the dopamine rush, that you're going to get a woman that's going to follow your program. A woman that's not going to betray you in child court. A woman that's not going to get you the paternity fraud. A woman that's not going to divorce you, do no-fault divorce because she's tired of the marriage because you're boring. And so you have a very syntonic ego because you think that you don't deserve anything better. And that's why we're having these discussions on today, guys, because some of you men have what's called a syntonic ego. You didn't grow up in a family where your dad's taught you to more or less demand power in a relationship. You were more or less raised by your mom when your mom said, son, just give her some flowers, be quiet because mama knows best. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault that you were made to become an unconscious simp. Watch this. An unconscious simp stands for supplementing irrational male patterns. That's an unconscious simp, a term that I created. I didn't create the word simp, but I did create the unconscious simp. And the unconscious simp is tied to what's called unconscious pathologies that you're not aware of. And because of that, some of you men, the reason why you're suffering in relationships, because you were raised by women. You were raised by women and you were raised to defer power instead of demanding power. Now, there are some good women that were more or less raised under masculine authority. And some of those women have said, boy, you need to start doing what the men, or what my daddy taught me as a woman, how men should act. There are some good women that are more or less trying to teach their sons based on how their fathers taught them. Shout out to those sisters. But by and large, many of our boys have been conditioned to think like women. And because of that, JR and Lapeef Network was attacked on yesterday due to what I call trolling, which is a byproduct of unconscious pathologies or a byproduct of displaced aggression. When you begin to become successful, many times you'll get simps that'll hate on you. Because they don't understand that true masculinity is about hard work. True masculinity is about what Anton Daniels called getting it from the mud. True masculinity is about what the Coach Condition called getting it by himself, because nobody gave me nothing. I didn't get my 3 degrees from anyone. I worked hard, and it took years to get where I got it as a man. And what you're seeing is that when men become successful, some men will hate on another man's success. They hate on it because they don't have the intestinal fortitude to put in the work to become successful. So I would say shame on you to the ones that, more or less, try to derail the success of the Lapeef Network. Because somewhere down the line, you have some displaced aggression. Somewhere down the line, you have some unresolved mental health issues. Somewhere down the line, you have a very skewed view of what masculinity is. Because masculinity is based on principle. Masculinity is very unwavering. Masculinity is hills and valleys, victories and failure. Masculinity is not what's called fixed. It's through hills and valleys, victories and failures. You were more or less not destined to be a man because manhood is a journey. And manhood is a lot of work. And many times, manhood is a lot of pain. But when you have what's called simp enforcement, the simp enforcers don't know that they're really simps. They don't know any better many times because they never saw their fathers. Many simps never saw what true masculinity looked like because they never saw a real man. The simps are living through the vicarious trauma of their mom because many times what simps would do, guys, is this. They project their anger towards any man that's masculine that reminded them of their father because their mother talked about their fathers. Their mother ran down the men that they chose to sleep with, Raekwon and Man. And so anytime they see a very masculine man or a man that reminds them of their father, they displace their aggression towards the target of their frustration and the target of their pain. So perhaps Anton Daniels looked like the fathers of some of these men if it was a man that more or less initiate this attack. Perhaps JR looks like one of these men that initiated the attack on yesterday. And many times simp reinforcement derails the movement of masculinity. That's why most men say the simps are not only dangerous, but they have the spirit of a hyena. If you know anything about a hyena is very androgynous. Androgynous mean they're not neither male or woman. You don't really know what they are. They got male and female parts. I'm going to do a show on that called The Simp and the Hyena. Because hyenas laugh and mock. They are scavengers. They don't have the spirit of a lion. The lion is very strong and bold. Shout out to the Leos like myself. A hyena can't mess with a lion one-on-one because a lion will kill him. But what a hyena will do, they'll do things in groups. Many times when trolls come around, they do it in groups because they're trying to sabotage the movement. They won't attack you one-on-one because they can't see you. But many times hyenas do things in groups because they know one-on-one they can't see a lion. Because a lion will destroy a hyena one-on-one. He'll destroy him. So JR and Lapeef symbolize lions. They're lions. And so what trolls do, they come in packs to attack the lions when they are vulnerable. Shout out to Amira Exile, the exiled lioness. And it's unfortunate because many times they don't hate women. Most black men love black women. I know I do. I love black women. But my love for black women is not limited to America. My love for black women transcends America. I love Afro-Latin women. I love African women. I love all women. Actually, I love all women, regardless of color. But I have a defining love for black women. And I call it black cotton, that nice, soft, frizzy hair. I love rubbing these big hands through some of that black cotton. I love it. It ain't nothing like a nice, clean afro. Shout out to my sister, Gail Lockett. She got some pretty black cotton. But that agitation, guys, is due to a condition that I created called a schema affliction. A schema in the clinical world is tied to what's called cognitions. A schema is a fixated pattern that's in a person's mind. Watch this. Because a schema can be something negative or a schema can be something positive. A negative schema says that I'm not worthy, I'm a loser, I don't deserve love. Black men hate black women. That's a negative schema. But a positive schema says I can do anything if I apply myself. That's a positive schema. And many times that schema is tied to unresolved mental health issues, which in essence needs to be degreased. Because degreasing is tied to my homie Al Grease that's coming up with a movie Frustrated 1, Frustrated 2, and soon to be Frustrated 3, as it talks about the pains of frustration of men dealing with bad behavior in America. And I'm going to be in that movie called Frustrated 3, so make sure you guys check it out once it drops. I'll let you guys know when that movie drops. But a schema affliction is tied to pain, unresolved issues. And some of you men have a schema that's negative because you don't think you deserve anything better. You think that you deserve bad treatment. You think that your $42,000 is not adequate enough for a woman when in essence, that $42,000 in other countries, you will be treated like a king. And it's unfortunate because so many of our men have a very low self-worth of themselves, which in essence has caused some of our men to become trolls. Watch this. When Luke Skywalker was talking about the Jedis, Luke Skywalker was saying that it's easy to go to the dark side because the dark side is more easier and does not take discipline. Some of you men have went to the dark side and some of the women have went to the dark side and become trolls. That's what happened to Luke Skywalker. Not Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader. He went to the dark side instead of doing the right thing, which was more or less doing things due discipline. And so you become out of character when you don't deal with your pain. Dealing with your pain means you have to do what's called shadow work. The shadow work is those unconscious things about yourself that actually ruminates. You can't see it. You don't know what it looks like. That's why you got to do the shadow work. But there's a such thing called the Johari window in the clinical world, in the psychological world. It's called the Johari window. Part of it's what's called the known self, the public self, the private self, and the unknown self. And I'm going to tell you guys something. I'm giving you guys some fire for your mind. I'm giving you guys some good content. But at some point, this content can only be for my people that are patrons. I'm going to start taking these messages on Patreon. Because I'm giving you guys some free game that in many clinical circles, it will cost you a lot of money to get. But because I love the brotherhood and I'm slowly growing, I'm giving it to you for free. Because I want to see some of you men liberated. I want to see some of you sisters liberated as well. Because these thinking errors are impacting you in relationships. So that agitation is due to what's called a schema affliction. So what we're going to do, guys, in a minute, I'm going to pull the link up and we're going to talk about this condition that happened on yesterday when JR and Anton Daniels was on the lead attorney. So I'm going to pull the stream up. And like I said, guys, if you have not donated, donate to Cash Out $7 Smalls. I'm going to drop the link. But also, I need you guys to share the content. Please share this content. If anything else, I need you to share the content, all right? All right. So hold tight. Give me 1 minute, and we're going to have a conversation, all right? Hold tight. Can you guys hear me? All right. While I'm trying to get that, hold tight.
Drinking water before bed burns 46 pounds in 2 weeks. If you
All
are
right, let me skip this.
struggling to lose weight and you're over 20,
but with my ex in the
Give me 1 minute. All right, here we go.
Gabriel. All right, thank you so much. All right, so let's get into it, guys. All right, let me just read this last one. Shout out to Brandon. Brandon says, huge fan of the channel, TLA. Thank you so much. Let me hit it for you. Let me hit it for you. All right, so let's see what we got. And again, Shout out to No Excuses ENT. Thank you. Again, I'm gonna read the $20 ones, but I can't keep my man here back here too long. Shout out to Philip. Philip says, gotta protect your channel now. Enjoy the free flow of ideas. I appreciate that. And I know, listen, I know that sometimes when you support brothers, people are like, oh, you supporting them? Okay. Hey, I am supporting them. All right, I am. So it is what it is, right? Y'all already tried to strike me 10 times. Like, goddamn, right? Shout out to Philip. I really appreciate that. Yes, but we have to support each other, guys. We absolutely have to. Shout out to Trish. Trish be telling me what I need to do my shows about, guys. She gives me all my information. Her and Marie. So shout out to Marie as well. Shout out. Oh, here we go. All right, Harmony Pill. Are you mad at me? Shout out to Harmony Pill. She says, nah, I'm laid back. I can't relate to the mouthy ones like you had. I had some mouthy ones, boy. Jesus Christ, Harmony Pill knows about it. You throw too much invalid shade to be down the street from me in Atlanta. Is it invalid, though? You're 5'11". What did I say that was invalid? Don't tell me you got small feet if you are 5'11", Harmony Pill. I don't want to hear it. Come on, Harmony Pill. Don't do it. Is it invalid, Harmony Pill? I said you were yoked up. Me and you can go into the gym. We'll both bring our Nikes with the platform so we can squat. I don't have good ankle mobility. I bet you squat in Converse or barefoot. And we're going to squat. We're going to hit these squats. We're going to hit the bench. 315 on the decline. We're going to do it up. But you know, man, Harmony Pill, you know I'm just teasing. I got so much love for you. I've never even seen a tall Dominican woman. So shout out to you. All right, listen. Let me bring my man up right now. Let me bring my man up. Y'all get ready for the one and the only. The one and the only Lapeef. Let's bring my man up. There he is. Shout out to Lapeef. How are you doing?
And I'm doing blessed. What's going on, Lee?
And thank you so much for coming on here. I really appreciate it. I heard what was going on with your channel, and I absolutely had to put on the suit and tie and fire this thing up.
I see.
And to get the word out. And it's good. When I first got on the stream, when I set it up, a lot of people were like, what? You know, what happened? So I'm good that we're actually doing this. Hopefully, I know your channel is big, but hopefully my channel can help expose some new people to the situation as well, right? So, you know, maybe a great place to start is just at the beginning. Why don't you tell us what's going on?
All right, so we was doing the live last night with Amir, and I was looking for my phone. You know, I kind of let it control like who to bring up and who not to bring up, and I kind of noticed this funny-looking guy. He was a white guy, and he was kind of swaying around a little bit.
And let me stop right there because a lot of people don't realize how special what you do really is. And this is a point that I was kind of joking about, the fact that you actually allow other people on your channel, the channel that you have built, you allow other people on it, and they can kind of have control of situations, right? Which goes to show how strong of a brother you are. Very, very, very few people do this. And I made a joke about this about a month ago. I was like, man, Lapeef just stronger than me. It's just some brothers that are stronger than me because I can't trust half of y'all, right? and I want to say that I don't think, and you know more about this than I do, of course, but you know, Amira, I don't know her well at all, right? But she's an absolute fixture in your show. Got a ton of love for you. So whatever happened, it was purely accidental. It could have happened to anybody, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But just I wanted to stop you and just pause and underscore the fact that you are doing something that very, very, very few people do in allowing other content creators to use the platform that you have built up. Can you just talk to us a little bit about how that works?
Okay, so You guys that don't know Lapeef started off with just the Lapeef Let's Talk show. And as we began to evolve, I wanted to make it into a network. So some of you guys are familiar. Shout out to Courtney. Some of you guys are familiar with how it switched over from the Lapeef Let's Talk show to the network. We slowly started to put in different shows. We had the K show, the Courtney Michelle show. We had a few other shows that was on the back burner, but basically I wanted to bring multiple shows to the network, and whichever show that you like, you'll be able to enjoy. Almost on all the shows, I am behind the scenes. Some people had a little bit more control depending on their experience, and I just wanted to try to do something different within this YouTube space in order to just give you guys a lot of content in different various ways. You may not agree with some of the people, but it was a perspective that I felt, well, there were a lot of different perspectives that I appreciated. And I felt like somebody out there could relate to somebody within the network. So, and we did have a lot of more shows that was planned, and hopefully we still get the opportunity to, but that's just a little bit backstory about the Lapeef Network.
Excellent. Okay. So so you said that you were kind of in the back a little bit, and Amira was actually running, she was kind of running the show?
Yeah. She was running the show, and I noticed something kind of funny about it. And I'm looking at this guy, looked like he was looping a little bit. And then before I can get back to the computer, I noticed that porn started playing. Immediately when the stream was over, it was edited out. And then I woke up this morning to this chaos.
What happened when you woke up?
I received about 21 calls from Anton, because Anton wakes up a little bit earlier than I do. And he was saying, bro, you know, woo this, woo that, you know, basically the channel was down. Check your email. I checked my email, and I woke up and I read the email and I seen what happened, responded immediately. And so now it's just a waiting game.
Okay. And what did they confirm that the channel was taken down, or kind of what was the message that you got?
Well, I think everybody know the channel was taken down based off them trying to search for the channel. I know that it was terminated at that point when I first saw the email. So I knew it was real. I knew it was a real thing. So the main thing was just trying to respond as quickly as possible and seeing what could be done.
Gotcha. So you have been in contact with them today, with the YouTube team?
Yeah. I've been going back and forth with them. I know it's a little bit of waiting game because I'm pretty sure some people have priority over us, and or maybe they just backed up, need to look through the content. But if I had to put my hand on it, I'm thinking it has something to do with that last night. It just was like perfect timing.
Gotcha. I'm going to ask that you let people know if they want to support you, you know, who do they need to contact or who do they need to write. But before I do that, let me bring up the one and the only, the Anton Daniels. How are you doing, Anton?
What's going on, my friend? How y'all doing?
Man, thank you so much for coming up as well. I know y'all are the dream team, the both of y'all of the Lapeef Network. You know, there's certainly strong brothers like Rilla's on there, and then, you know, the ladies love Courtney and Kay and all that. But in my eyes, when I just had to say, you know, two brothers that really encapsulate the Lapeef Network is certainly you two. So really appreciate you guys coming up and kind of letting us know what's going on.
And you guys see that Lapeef and Anton Daniels got it from the mud. They got it straight from the mud. Shout out to my homie El Guapo for the $20 super sticker. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate what you're doing. That brother has grown at a very meteoric rise. He's grown. He said, KC, I'm glad you're covering this topic. I'm about 20 minutes behind the stream, but watching. Salute to you, sir, El Guapo. Salute to you, brother, and salute to your rise and your ascension. But once again, guys, Anton and JR are what you call lions. And, you know, as I said earlier, when true masculinity comes in form, many people are not used to it. Now, I want to challenge the question about the young lady, Sugar Bum. And Sugar Bum, I come to you in the spirit of respect and humility. You asked the question, why should a therapist only want to empower men? And I'll say this to you. It's not to the point that a therapist only empowering men. Male empowerment leads to female empowerment because it teaches men how to become men. Male empowerment leads to the empowerment of the woman because it helps her to understand her position in the life of a man. Leadership starts with the men in a traditional order. But watch this, sugar bum. There's a concept called feminist theory lens, something you may not know about. And what feminist theory lens does, it empowers women from a feminist perspective as it talks about perceived or unperceived ills that men go through. But watch this. There has never been a time in human history where we have a platform that addresses the ills of black men or men in general. And because of that, some women are not used to men talking about black male empowerment. So there are times when men should come together and have their own platforms to seek to empower men from a black male or male perspective. So my show is for male empowerment. The women that want to come on understand that it's a male platform as we seek to empower men. But women become empowered, do male empowerment when she understands what a man wants and what she needs to do to become the best version of herself. It's very cyclical. And shout out to my man Chicago Rilla, also of the Lapeef Network, a good brother that's been kind to me, a good brother that's held me down. And once again, I'm a frequent guest on what's called King Talk. So hopefully, Sugar Bum, I say in the spirit of respect, that answers your question. Keep listening.
Now,
I appreciate you, Lee.
No problem. Let me ask you, Anton, from your perspective, because Lapeef said that when he woke up, he had about 21 calls from you. So apparently you had noticed it first. Kind of what was your take of the situation?
Well, I'm kind of up all night. So I was up. I went to bed probably, I don't know, like 1 in the morning, 1 something in the morning. And then I got back up at like 4:30 a.m. So I'm just working through and taking care of business or whatever. And, I'm just on the channel and I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? The thing about the channel was that we never had any kind of problems whatsoever. We never had any strikes. We never had any warnings. We created all of our own content. We never produced anything whatsoever that was salacious, nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like everything was really just conversations, original content, live streaming, and just putting people on. And we always champion and we try to do things based off of how can we include people? How can we not be in an echo chamber? How can we tap in with people and make sure that they also have a voice that can participate on the platform? So when I woke up, I'm just like, what the heck is this? And then the first thing I seen was, the message where it was like, yo, is removed from severe nudity or whatever like that. And I'm like, and the first thing that came to my mind is the thing that me and JR talked about yesterday.
You might have seen videos like this before, but here's the big secret. Anyone can make one of these videos in a few minutes.
When, we was live streaming or the network was live streaming and you had the troll that came up and, they did whatever GIF or flashing or whatever scene that they played on the thing. But immediately we got on it and we got it edited and had it moved out or whatever. But literally less than some hours later, the whole channel had just been completely removed. And so it was just like, it's an eye opener for me. And JR, he feel how he feel. I feel how I feel. I'm negatively motivated. So, I don't have no problem going into that dark place and then building the channel up back to being 2 and 3 times as big as it's ever been. But at the same time, this was our baby, bro. I mean, we built it from the ground up and we didn't do it on the back of nobody else. We started off with literally just me, him, and a couple other people. And we just decided that we was going to be in it for the long haul. So just to see, like, literally, I mean, if you want to compartmentalize it, you're talking about months off of our life. I mean, every day we putting in, between 8 and 16 hours a day individually doing our own separate thing on building up this whole platform. And then you telling me that, a troll or no recourse or anything like that can come up, do whatever it is that they do. And then everything is just wiped out and erased for the rest of our lives. And that's just crazy to me. I mean, thank God we backed up all of our content, but now we just left to pick up the pieces. And, that's just crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? It's absolutely insane.
Yeah,
It don't make no sense to me.
When did y'all start the Lapeef Network? When did that start?
Like 2019.
About 2 years. Wow, 2-3 years.
Yeah.
Jeez. Okay, you say that y'all have backed up everything as well.
Always. Yeah.
Excellent. That was smart. That was
You know,
very
the funny
smart.
thing about that though, Lead, is that that's conversations that JR and I had months ago. And
Oh,
weirdly
really?
enough, we stayed on top of each other on it. Like if I'd contact him, because not only did we back it up, we both backed it up. You know what I'm saying? We got like double backups, cloud-based everything. We just made sure that we backed up all of our content because, and I mean, I guess this is maybe not only just about us, but just for content, because we're gonna be back stronger than ever. Like I guarantee you, as sure as I'm sitting here on this screen right now with you and JR sitting right next to me, I guarantee you we are going to come back 10 times stronger than we ever been. But I mean, at the same time, this is a lesson for a lot of content creators is make sure you back up your content. And because YouTube didn't say, yo, y'all can come and download all of y'all stuff and then come back and remove it. We just had to make sure that our stuff was backed up on a regular basis. That's A. And then B, you got to be careful on who you let up on your platform now, I guess.
Yep.
You know, I thought we was all grown. You know, I thought we was able to be able to let people, participate and be a part of our platform. A lot of content creators would come on our platform, and some of them even got their start as a result of us giving them their platform, lending our platform on their behalf for them to be able to, have those conversations. Even me, I would use one of my channels on my late night live streams and just let the content creators control the conversation, let them control the platform, let them control everything. But now I'm second guessing everything. Like I can't even really put people on. I got to be more careful on who coming on the platform. Kevin Samuels called me earlier and he's like, Anton, look out for this, look out for that, look out for this. And this is how y'all need to move going forward. And it's just like, we building a ship as we fly it, or we building a plane as we fly it. And it's just unfortunate that we have to deal with it in this way. It is. Yes.
And I'm glad that Kevin was kind of giving y'all tips, because this is stuff that you don't really you don't know. I had a super open live stream interaction where anybody could come up. They could be cammed up, not cammed up. If they were able to make it to backstage 100% of the time they were coming up. This could have easily happened to anyone. Certainly could have happened to me, right? And, you don't really think about it, I guess, when you got, 3,000 subscribers or 5,000 subscribers, but then you can look up and have 30,000 or 60,000, and you're still operating as though you had the 3,000, right? And you say, well, nothing has really happened to me in the past, so it must be all good the way that I'm doing it. And then boom. So when you say that this is a lesson to other content creators, you are absolutely right, because this was a huge lesson to me. And now, I'm going to have it to where everybody needs to cam up. And, how do you guys feel about, in my head, I'm like, I don't even know if I should pull up people that I don't recognize anymore, which is a little weird because that means no new people can come up. Is that what it's supposed to mean? Or how are you guys going to treat new people that you haven't seen before?
Well, let me say this, JR, because I know you about to say something.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, Lee. The person that came on the platform last night, they was cammed up, and then they switched it out.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Like they was like a normal person. It wasn't just like an avatar or something like that. It looked like a normal person. They was sitting there like they was about to talk, and then it got switched out, and that's when they start playing all of that content and stuff like that. And I mean, hopefully we get the channel back. It ain't no guarantee. We going through all of the steps and everything like that, and asking the people to help us and empower us and to tweet to Team YouTube and all of that other type of stuff. But they were cammed up, so it's like you can't even depend on that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Right. I don't know if you even want to do that, Lee.
I'm gonna say this. When I saw it, they didn't look like a real person. It just seemed like they were just moving funny. The way they was blinking, it was kind of slow. And eyelids opened up a little slower. So that's the reason why I'm like something funny with it. And before I knew it, started to play that. But then I also started to think about how Kevin Samuels brings up people. You know, he's using Zoom. He interacts with them for a few before he decides to bring them on screen, which is like, damn, I mean, that's a smart move. So it's definitely a hard lesson, a hard pill to swallow right now. But when I look back, I'm starting to understand and learn that things can be better moving forward.
Yes. Now, some people in the chat were saying that this had happened before with Courtney. Is this when she was with you or when she was on her channel? Or do you guys know anything about what these?
It's never happened to us before. So if it happened,
no, it did happen. It did happen
on ours.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh,
Yeah. But the difference is,
but we removed it though.
Yeah, we removed it. Yeah.
And when y'all removed it, did YouTube say anything about it, or did it even look like they even noticed it?
No, because we on our stuff. Like, we don't just let, you know, we know we running a network, right? That's the whole concept of what it is that we built.
Mm-hmm.
But when we run our stuff, either me or JR is intimately. So when we see stuff, we spot it immediately and we address it. So when it happened previously, we cut that stuff off or whatever. But like, even with this, with doing it, and again, I don't even know what the policies is or whatever, or even if you a bigger channel or you got a lot of viewers and a lot of watch time like us, I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if, because literally it was less than 5 hours. The channel was already down. It was gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm talking about a glimpse, maybe like 5 seconds, maybe 3.5 seconds. It might have been up.
And then again, they didn't give you any type of notice or anything. Hey, we saw this, or you need to edit this out, or do this or do that.
Nope.
Nothing. And it's funny because you know, JR had, because I wasn't even on a live stream, but again, one of us is always there. And JR had text me immediately, because we both get on it immediately when we see stuff like that happens. And he hit me up like, hey, you know, this is happening right now. I'm like, I'm on it right now. Like, immediately I drop everything that I'm doing and I'm like, I'm taking care of it.
Wow.
Like, immediately we were on it immediately when it happened.
I wouldn't even thought about that. You know, I had a lady from New York called herself Black Beauty, and she came out like in a jacket, and you know, she was talking like everybody else, and then she took her jacket off and was just wearing like this bra thing. And I was like, oh, okay. And I left her ass up, you know, because I didn't know it. I would have immediately put her down. But not only did I leave her up in that damn bra, because she decided to wear it, so I let her ass wear it. She wore that thing for about 3 hours on the stream.
Yep.
Then she noticed the chat was roasting her because she thought she was a lot prettier than she really was. She emailed me and YouTube to try to get the damn stream taken down because she was in a bra.
But
and
you know what's so weird about this whole thing, Lee, is that immediately people like, but Anton, look at all of this other content that's up out here.
Yes. Lee got women in bras.
No, Lee, seriously, I just pulled it up on YouTube. They got naked yoga.
On YouTube? Somebody
naked.
That,
I mean, all the way naked, thing. Showing everything yoga on YouTube, bro.
How does that not get flagged? I guess they're saying, you know, nudity is okay, but then, you know, pornography is a little weird. I don't know. I don't know what the guidelines say about that, but then it's all just.
Shout out to my man, as you guys are seeing this stream, shout out to my man, Perfect Black. He said YouTube knows full well this was done by a troll. It's owned by a feminist sympathizer who does not like black men speak and allows trolls to operate like this to hurt channels. YouTube knows what it's doing. And that's a very valid point, man. And that's why I have these shows, to give men the opportunity to emote and talk about the things that they're struggling with. If this stream is going by pretty slowly, as you guys know, most kids are home now. So if there appears to be a lag in the stream, it's due to the fact that many people are on the internet in my city And so it could be slowing the stream down. So I want to give you guys a head up. Thank you, Perfect Black, for that that $10 super chat. Thank you, brother.
Discretion too. Anybody who saw what you guys are talking about, anybody could see that that was something that was not intentional. That was not under y'all's control. All right. Which makes me think again that YouTube is going to look at this and it's going to clear it up. And again, you know, this happened to me with the Fresh and Fit when they tried to attack my channel and they gave me the 10 strikes. YouTube looked at it. They were already on game about it.
Yeah.
And so that makes me feel good. If they had taken my channel down and taken everybody's channel down who had gotten strikes, all these who had suffered this attack, then I'd be like, man, you guys, it might be tough for y'all because YouTube's not reviewing the stuff. They're just going 100% with the computers. But
Man,
it's seeming like
know.
they're not doing that. I'm not
Maybe
sure.
because we didn't have 1 million subscribers yet, that we don't have a back channel to be able to tap in. But they give us zero warning, 0 emails, no strikes, no nothing. We ain't never had a problem with our channel. Never, ever.
Wow. And again, just to let people know, I got down in the description. I think, JR, I was going to ask you, what can people do to support you guys right now? And I think you sent me a link that I've put in the description.
Yeah, so what I did was we do have a Twitter page, and there's a link that takes you directly to the tweets. All you have to do is just tag at Team YouTube inside of that thread. Just tag them right now. You want to leave a message with it, just tag them to get their attention, to make sure that we can get a human to look at this situation as quickly as possible.
I think that's good. I think that Abbott and Preach did that as well when they were under attack. They had asked everybody to tweet at YouTube. Apparently, they check the tweets more than the emails or something like that. I remember from reading the long email stream that the paralegal for Fresh and Fit, Fresh and Fit hired this guy as the attorney, and the attorney gave all the work to this paralegal, and the paralegal was emailing YouTube back and forth. And it seemed from all the email chains, because they sent me the email chain, that the paralegal was interacting with interacting with like the YouTube team and then the YouTube content creator.
So guys,
and you know, it was like you're talking to multiple people.
I'm not going to play
and there was
this whole stream, but you guys get a gist of what happened on yesterday. And we're going to have a discussion. Shout out to my man, Chicago Rilla. He said, I think DJ Academics has about 3 channels. Yes, the network will be fine. Had a great show last night. And thank you to all the guys that have donated today. Thank you guys. If you have not shared the content, share the content. Because this show seeks to empower not just black men, but all men. And as I said earlier, when we can inspire our men, we can inspire our women. When we can inspire our women, we can inspire our communities. When we can inspire our communities, then we can inspire our nations. But just like I did a story talking about the spirit of the mongoose, shout out to Sweet Lulu Bean, many times hyenas will attack lions. A hyena will not attack a lion one-on-one because a hyena will get destroyed. But what a hyena will do is attack a lion in groups or in pairs. And what you're seeing, as I said earlier, is displaced aggression. So I'm going to drop the link. We're going to have a discussion because I'm not going to show the whole clip. There was some lagging on that clip. But you guys get a gist of what happened. And as someone said earlier, you could see the pain in JR's eyes because JR put a lot of heart into getting the Lapeef Network started. We always say that we want men to build, and then when men become builders, then sometimes because people don't like the message, they seek to tear it down. And so it appears that this agitator was not a woman. So that's cool. It was a man, a white man at that. And once again, you guys are beginning to see that some of these, male feminists are actually worse because you would think that a man should know better. And it's unfortunate. So we're going to have a discussion as we talk about displaced aggression, as we talk about healthy ego defense mechanisms, as we talk about unhealthy ego defense mechanisms, as we talk about why JR and Lapeef Network was attacked and was a byproduct of what's called displaced aggression. Shout out to my man, Perfect Blackness. Perfect Blackness say YouTube is weaponizing to hurt the Black Manosphere channels they don't like. YouTube is doing nothing more than throwing rocks and hide in their very written rules. Pure feminist agenda. And it appears to be that because these men didn't do anything wrong. And that's what happens, guys, when you begin to get a movement. When men begin to tell their stories from a pure masculinist perspective, sadly, sometimes our women can't handle it. And they can't handle it because they're not used to men speaking unapologetically masculine. When you come to men's spaces, you're going to be dealing with mostly masculine men. In those masculine spaces, you're going to see some men that are so far to the left. They have a lot of pent-up aggression. But most men in these spaces are actually good men. They're right in the middle. And then you're going to see some that are really indifferent. They don't care. And we do these shows for you guys to see and to understand where men are coming from. We had a troll up here recently. I knew it was a troll. And shout out to my man Top Gun for handling that for me, and also Tim Howard. And I had to handle that. So if you come up on the show on the platform in a few minutes, I need you guys to cam up. If I know who you are, then you don't have to cam up. But if I don't know who you are, I'm going to need you to cam up. I need everybody to cam up moving forward. Because there are some that don't like what we're trying to do as men. And it's unfortunate because most guys are basically saying that men need to be heard and men need to be able to tell their story without being criticized or without being critiqued. So I want to have some of the guys to come up, and I want you guys to give me your impression about being attacked and what you guys think about the fiasco associated with Lapeef and Anton Daniels. I'm going to have Chicago Real, if he's around, to also come up and more or less talk about the issues that he's seen. And Chicago, you did a good job, brother. When you were talking to JR, you were telling him there were some agitators and that there were some that are jealous of his ascension and jealous of his progress. And once again, men that seek to sabotage another man because of his progress is not operating in what I call true masculinity. Can a man be, jealous in a healthy way, like, wow, man, they got theirs, I can't wait till I get mine? That's healthy jealousy. Because you're glad they got it, but you're a little jealous, but, you're like, I'm going to keep working harder so I can get it. That's healthy jealousy. But unhealthy jealousy is when you seek to derail or seek to destroy someone. And that's a problem. So I'm going to drop the link. Chicago Real, if you're around, if you got home, if you've arrived, please come up. I want you to talk about this displaced aggression that you're beginning to see. You talked about it, Chicago Real. I want some of the brothers to talk about this displaced aggression that they're beginning to see. And why do you guys think that the troll spirit is on the rise? Because it appears that trolls are beginning to be on their ascension. And it appears that trolls are beginning to have their way with what's going on in the society. Chaos Ring, if you don't mind, can you cam up, brother? I appreciate it if you can. I know who you are, but it'll be nice if you can cam up. So if you can cam up, Chicago, there you go, Chaos Ring. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, sir. Are you camming up, Chaos Ring? I think you did for a minute, but if you can cam up, I appreciate it. So when you get ready, Chaos Ring, let me know, brother, and I'll bring you on. But in the meantime, you guys are beginning to see the rise of the troll spirit. And it's unfortunate that these things are happening because it's caused a lot of issues in our communities. So Chaos Ring, are you ready? Let me know when you're ready, brother, and I'll bring you on. And shout out to my sister, AP Leo Queen. She said it's a shame to attempt the sabotage of a platform that bring us together for much needed conversation. And that's what I love about the Lapeef Network. The Lapeef Network is designated to have an eclectic formation of intellectuals talking and sharing, brokering, and having a conversation. That's what I love about the Lapeef Network. They're dedicated to that. And I love that about them. So that's what I love about the Lapeef Network. And shout out to JR once again. So Chicago Real, if you're around, brother, pop in as we get ready to have this discussion. Because we're going to talk about displaced aggression. Displaced aggression is tied to being deaf, sign language, vicarious trauma, fatherhood absence, and also delusional personality disorders. The troll that attacked JR, was he a byproduct of undiagnosed mental illness? Shout out to my man Gary Scott for the $20 super chat, brother. Thank you for your kind, generous super chat. Thank you, brother. And also thank you to everyone that has donated to the channel and also everybody that supported me. Shout out to my man Kay Bailey. I appreciate you as well, brother. So if you guys are going to come up, let me see. I'll like. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I do know you're casual observer, so I mean not casual observer, but Chaos Ring, so you can pop on. How you doing, sir?
How you doing, sir? Can you hear me good? Is my volume good?
I can hear you good. Normally, as I was saying, in the future, I want people when they come on my platform to cam up. So I think that's no more than right for the audience because when you see me. I'm not an avatar. Mm-hmm. I know you, but
yeah.
It would be good that people cam up. So in the future, I want people to cam up because some of you guys, I've had you on my platform before in the past. But how would you like to add to this discussion, Chaos Ring, about this fiasco that happened with the Lapeef Network? And do you think it's a byproduct of what's called, a byproduct of, how can I say it, displaced aggression? So shout out to you, brother. Go ahead and tell me how you would like to add to the conversation.
How I look at it with the aggression part of things, it's the mindset of our people that this is self-hatred, that always lead to self-defeat by the good book Amos L. Wilson, written by Sabotage. And that's what it breeds: envy, greed, hatred, etc. I don't expect nothing more, nothing less, because we use these public platforms and we use like the Zoom and StreamYard to do our broadcasts with the studio. And some people will appreciate and some people will not appreciate culture. I mean, usually one thing I always say for issues like this, especially people are monetized, there are always different ways of precaution to go through this type of schism. I know a few that I haven't really talked about yet. But I've noticed as time progressed and how YouTube is going to start water anything, especially with content creators as black male, they're going to start doing this. So the best thing for anybody that's quote-unquote monetized, there might be have an alternate way of the people that don't want to be on camera. They might have to use some other system. Possibly, I don't know what it is yet. I got to think about that. I know some, but overall, you know, this is the price we pay doing the content we do, especially they know who we are. I mean, Lapeef Network I've watched a few times. They do very lengthy, long streams. I guess people against other content. To find that someone has done that and they have not really quickly, you know, addressed that immediately was careless. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, they're watching us. You get me?
Right.
They don't want to put, especially talking about black male empowerment and talking the content we do. And I don't talk it too much on my channel, but doing this, you're going to put yourself as a target. There's no way around it.
Well, I don't understand why it's a target because, you know, we said we want our men to be strong and mentally healthy. And I don't quite get it because we always talk about female empowerment. It's not a problem when we talk about female empowerment. But when we talk about male empowerment, then all of a sudden it's an issue. So to the guys that I know, like I said, I need you guys to count. So first of all, Guapo, is that you, brother? I just need to hear your voice. Oh, there you go. There you go. Good job, brother. It's you. You real.
It's me. I'm in the car, man. I know it's not a good background, but yeah, I want to call in.
Yeah, you're fine. So, Guapo, how would you like to add clarity to this conversation? And then also, Noble L, I'm going to bring you on.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. Can you hear me, Guapo? All right. Just get whenever you're ready, just let me know, brother. I'll mute you whenever you're ready. I just need to make sure it was you. But when you're ready, let me know. Just let me know when you're ready, okay? Just let me know when you're ready, Guapo. All right? All right, so Noble Miguel L., how would you like to add clarity to this conversation, man? And what do you think about this fiasco that happened on yesterday, brother?
First of all, good day. I appreciate you. I love what you do.
Thank you, brother.
Big on therapy. I love your message. You know, I come from the Mr. Palmer channel, and that's why I seen you first. And
yes, sir.
Like you explained, your value to this space and to men period is yet to be understood. So
right.
I just want to try to explain that because you are very valuable and everything you understand your value.
No doubt. I appreciate it, brother. Well, I hope that people start understanding the value, sharing the content and get the message out. You know, we minimize the impact of mental illness and mental health, but we need to get the message out. And casual observer, if you can identify yourself at some point, you don't have to go up. I just need to identify yourself to make sure it's you. I need to hear a voice or something because, you know, someone could be stealing your icon or stealing your avatar. So casual observer, if you're listening, if you want to come back up at some point, please do. But in the future, guys, I need you guys to cam up because I need to see who you are. But keep talking, Miguel L., about your perspective as it relates to displaced aggression, but the rise of trolls as it relates to male empowerment. Go ahead, brother.
Well, the displaced aggression, and I'm gonna be clear and direct, is not by the trolls. Anton Daniels himself is a troll. He has enough courage and balls to be on the internet and say that so-called black culture is trash and say these antagonistic things. And like it happens in the hood, I'm from Liberty Heights in Gwinnett, Northwest Baltimore. I see it all the time when you have a dude that's antagonistic, other people that are around him have to suffer. Now, it may not seem like that to average YouTuber, but for me, I've always seen it. When you prostrate, and the displaced aggression comes from me watching, there's few videos this dude has, he just goes unchecked. And to me, coming from the school of thought that I come from, being mentored by a millionaire at 20 years old, the things that I see him do, it goes unchecked. And I understand a lot of people don't have the skill set, doesn't have the training, but I see it clear as day. To me, he's another better trained Myron Gaines. You think you made it just because you got money. And that's not how it works. You can't be antagonistic as you are and think ain't no smoke gonna come. He trolls.
Right. But to put things in the context, you know, I don't want to make this show about the Anton Daniels beef, and I love and respect you, brother. I just want to talk about.
I don't either. I do,
right.
I don't either. But it's just
right.
I can't not speak from what I see as a man.
I understand, no doubt. I respect that.
So I see the things he say, like when he was on the Lead Attorney show talking about marriage, dismissing the men that don't want to be married because of what we're going through, and saying the benefits of marriage is taxes. This dude that just killed his wife and ex-wife wasn't worried about tax benefits. He was worried about the treatment that he was getting in court, like what Mr. Palmer talked about. Now, to go back to the point, things like this weird, stupid stuff happens all the time. When you got an idiot that's supposed to be coming up, participating and contributing to the conversation and flip porn on. These little dumb things happen like that all the time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you have a dude that's antagonistic to the degree in which that he is, and you just attract people like that. Like I remember one movie I seen where somebody said, our very strength attracts conflict. And when you project that, you're gonna get smoked. You can't cry wolf. We big brown skinned men. We the biggest, baddest on the planet. We can't project our strength and don't think conflict is gonna come. It's gonna come. People gonna get up from their table and they're coming our way.
Understood, man. And listen,
and at one point on Anton Daniels, I watched the last thing I'm gonna say. I watched him on his show. He was in a coffee shop with some European dude that was drunk, and he went on this parade of how much he outsmarted a dude, some drunk dude, and the dude told him, "I'm gonna get you. I got this, I got that." He threatened him, the white dude. Neither one of them was in the right, but it's like when you do that, and you're on the internet, There's people with skill sets that you don't have. Who knew somebody could do that with StreamYard? Who knew that? I didn't know that. You understand? So that needs to be toned down. And his followers, tell him calm down, because he just said this yesterday in the lead attorney show, "I'm coming for you." Stop saying stuff like that. Relax.
Well, listen, let me say this, and I'm gonna go on to Lapeef, not Lapeef, but my man El Guapo. And I respect your position. You got the right to say your point. I love Anton. Anton's a good brother. You know, you might not agree with everything Anton says. I don't agree 100% with all men say in these spaces, but I do respect them and their positions, and I respect your position, brother. You know, I would challenge you to, at some point, you and Anton have a discussion, and to more or less say what you need to say as it relates to your misgivings. But Anton's always been very, very generous to me. I know Anton got a big ego. Some folks don't like him for that, but you know, Anton is Anton. It's funny to me. But much love and blessings to you, Miguel L. Man, and thank you for checking out the content, brother. Much love, brother. Thank you, sir. All right, bye-bye. El Guapo, how you doing, brother? El Guapo from Beautiful Lives. You had me worried for a minute. I said I got to make sure it's the real El Guapo, because I didn't want a Beautiful Live, man. All right, so
listen.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I'm in the car in my earpiece, so hopefully the sound is good and everything.
The sound is perfect, brother. The sound is perfect.
Great,
go ahead,
great.
Brother.
Man, I'm so glad you're covering this, Kosher. I'm so glad you're covering this. And it goes so much deeper than what happened with Lapeef and everything like that. You understand this as your channel grows. It seems like there are just a group of individuals that are so, I don't want to use the word hurt, but they do have that displaced anger and aggression, and we become easy targets.
Right.
And there's levels to it. There's definitely the mental illness level. I've seen it. Just being starting my channel this year, you know, I've seen the jealousy. I've seen the crazy attacks. I actually had to address one of them yesterday. You know, and it's not really my character or my nature to do something like that, but it is in me. My man just said he's from Liberty Heights and Gwen Oak. We lived close to each other growing up. You know, that's Baltimore. That's Baltimore City. Yeah.
Right, no doubt.
So what I'll tell you is this. I think that the issue that happens the most out here is people want the results without doing the work.
Right.
I was having a conversation earlier today with Uncle Stu. Yep. Yeah, Chaos, you understand this. Yeah. People want the results without doing the work. And what they'll do is they'll try to parlay some semblance of being famous off of the work of others. That's why you got to toe the line with reaction videos, which I do myself. But one of the things I needed to address yesterday, and I was talking to Uncle Stu about this today, you cannot be a troll and a content creator at the same time.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not going to work like that. You know, you cannot build a platform on really being so adversarial and contrarian to things that other people say. I get it. There are some people that do it exceedingly well, but they're not trolling. For example, like a Pocket Watching with JT or Spencer Cornelia, people that take an objective view to things that are out there in the media. They actually have some expertise and are offering a service. But a lot of these younger cats, it is literally the male version of what we see on Instagram with females.
Right. I totally agree, man. And that's why I call it the spirit of the hyena, because a hyena is very androgynous. You don't know what it is. They got male and female parts. And I saw that diatribe last night. I was like, wow. And, you know, and there's a certain threshold. I can have beef with, say I got beef with El Guapo, but I don't cross the line when I start talking about family members, wives, and that's crossing the line, man. And I don't go there because, see, when you start talking about people's family, it can start taking it to another level. And, and I know it, sometimes it can get you to make you get out of character as a man. You don't want to go there. But there definitely was some displaced aggression last night on that show that I saw. I was shaking my head. Yeah. And then a lot of times when people come in these spaces, they don't understand that these shows are about male empowerment. It's about empowering men. And you, El Guapo, I remember, you went on a super meta rise, man. You blown up these last couple of months. I remember you and I did a lot of shows together. Where we both had like 800 subs, and you and I got it from the mud. We worked hard for it.
Exactly.
And you're right. I think a lot of people don't understand the work that goes on behind the scene. These shows are very time consuming because I am a licensed therapist. But I do these shows at Guapo because I want to empower men. Why do you think there's so much vitriol towards male empowerment at Guapo, in your opinion?
You know what's crazy? The military man in me recognizes what you just said, that there is a lot of vitriol for male empowerment, but so much of it comes from within our own community.
Yes, right.
And a lot of it, I did a stream last week asking what is the most dangerous group in the Black community. And I had put up a poll, and it was like single mothers, absentee fathers, Black mothers over the age of 60, or white knight Black men.
Right.
White knight Black men are the most dangerous.
Right. I totally agree.
They
I
are.
totally
And
agree.
you talk about this. You talk about this, Casey. You talk about, a desperate man is a dangerous man, right?
Right.
Yeah. And so what I think happens is we have, will be the first one to acknowledge that the way that we are in our community was systemic in making us feel and look at ourselves in a certain way. And it's been going on for decades, for a couple of generations now, that they're trying to break us. They've tried to break our spirit. It's really been going on. I mean, we lost our culture when we came to this country.
Right.
So, and shout out to the brother that was on, I forget his name, from Baltimore. But I understand as a 43-year-old man why Anton Daniels says Black culture is trash.
Right,
Because
I understand
you're
too.
indoctrinated into it.
Right.
It's not really yours. Here's the problem that we have with this vitriol against male empowerment from Black men, in my humble opinion. This is what I believe. I believe that Black men are so dedicated and so invested, hot, committed into what they've been taught. If they even allow themselves to think a different way, it could cause a cognitive break.
Yes, sir. I totally agree. I totally agree.
They can lose their mind. And it's like, yeah. So I'm sorry.
I totally agree. Well, you're right. It goes back to what I call schema affliction. That schema affliction is tied to that cognitive break, or what I call mental fragmentation, because a schema is based on a pattern of thinking. But if they think outside of that pattern of Guapo, it becomes fearful and painful. So they stay in that negative cycle, what I call a karmic cycle of deprivation, because they're not willing to think outside of what they've been conditioned to think about. So I agree with you 100% correct. It is a cognitive break. I agree with you 100% because they've been conditioned to be what's called servants. You know, Harriet Tubman, she's from Maryland. She said, I could have freed a lot more. They didn't already know that they were slaves. Harriet Tubman said it. She said it better than I could say it. And that's what's wrong with a lot of our men. They are slaves of their own mind. They are slave of a system called the gynocracy, where they've been taught to become subjugates instead of becoming men. And like I said, I agree with you. You know, I know that some people might got beat with Anton. You know, they might say he's cock or whatever. Anton is funny to me. I like Anton. And, but Anton is not going to always vibe with other people. And I agree with you. I understood where Anton was coming from when he was talking about trash culture. He was talking about, I guess, a time where the Black culture was strong and it was very vibrant. But what we personify now is nowhere near what we personified in the past. So he's talking about trash as it relates to the present, but he's not talking about trash as it relates to the whole, a time when Black culture was strong. And so I think that's what he's talking about. And, I could be wrong, but I think that's what he's talking about. What's your take on that, brother, real quick?
I agree, and I'm gonna clear the way in a second. I got to return the call. But
yes, sir, go ahead.
I said that it's systemic. And once again, the military mind in me is I realized what's happened in this Black community was very tactical. The attack against us was very precise and tactical, and we've been destabilized from within. And I understand that mentality. I understand that way of operating, being an operator, to get things done just because of some of the things that I've been exposed to. I'll give you an example. I literally did it last night on somebody else's platform.
Right.
I tactically destabilized it for 2 hours. I was a guest and was asking all the questions. So I understand what happened, and it's happening to us. And the sad thing is, your quote from Harriet Tubman is so true. I say this on my channel. I can't save everybody. And everybody's not going to be saved. And I did a stream talking about when I went through water survival. and we had to do water rescue, they taught us that if the person is not willing to cooperate, they will take themselves down and kill you too.
Right.
In a water supply. So you let them drown. That goes for the men too. I know that it's fun, and everything when it seems like we are bashing the women, you know what I'm saying? But that's not my goal. My goal is what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Right,
Gentlemen, if you don't want to at least entertain the possibility that there might be another way, there's nothing for me to do for you. I have to let you drown. It breaks my heart.
Right.
But
Right.
Yeah.
And it's sad, Guapo, because I know what you're talking about. You got to look at context of what you're trying to say. And what I'm beginning to see, Guapo, no matter how you tell the truth, some people want a beautiful lie. And that beautiful lie, Guapo, is tied to being deaf, which is cognitive dissonance. They deny the evidence. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue, do what's called ad hominem attacks, as they attack the messenger instead of the message. But then they fight you or they flee. And so what happened to you last night, what happened to Lapeef, it was the troll didn't flee, he followed. And that's what they do. They fight you. And the way they fight you, they start attacking your manhood and they start attacking your family, like your mom black, your penis small, who hurt you, and all that goofy stuff, because they're deaf. And like you said, they might have that cognitive break, because when they begin, that's why the red pill is so hard to take, because once you take it, you can never go back, and you begin to see the world for what it is instead of a mirage of what you thought it was. So most people can't take it because they can't handle it, man.
Hey,
but I know you're gonna go. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I say something real quick to Guapo? Hey, man.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I tuned into your show the other day. The most dangerous. What's the most dangerous in the black community? Let me tell you something. That's an outstanding production. I love the way you handle yourself on that show. That's great content that everybody needs to watch, because that is a fact. And I wanted to say salute to Anton Daniels. He's an outstanding example of a black man. He's successful. He works hard. He amplifies positivity. And I think Anton Daniels is a reflection of what needs to be amplified more. See, if Anton Daniels was out here talking about fake booties and all these other things, negative things, it would be so many black people cheering him on and happy-go-lucky, whatever. But because he has standards and morals and he delivers a message that's hard and firm, a lot of people have a problem with that. That's what we talk about, woke culture in the black community. We talk about speaking on code. He does not. He deals with the moral crisis that exists and demands that there's a standard for community to build. You have to have a moral standard. He's not willing to accept mediocrity. So I think that's the problem that people have. The delivery, they focus more. A lot of black people focus more on the delivery than the actual message, and that's a problem.
It is a problem, man, and we begin to see this permutation actually turn to a metastasis, or what I call a cancer, because we're not willing to get the cancer removed. We'd rather have the cancer inside of our body instead of having it removed. And so sometimes truth is the cancer agitator. It's the mental chemotherapy that you need and what our culture need in order to become healed. But let me ask you a question, Guapo.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me? I keep getting calls and then the sound cuts out. Can you hear me?
Right, I can hear you. I can hear you perfect. But Guapo, do you think this attack in male spaces is going to increase? Because this troll was a white man. What's your take on that? Do you think he's a male sympathizer? Sympathizer, no pun intended, pun intended. But what's your take on that?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. It is going to continue to increase a lot. Forgive me. I hope you can hear me. I'm in the tunnel.
I can hear you.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
But here's the thing. At the same time, we don't plan. This is Kevin Samuels was spot on when he was talking about yesterday, not understanding the rules of the game. One of the things that you do is you fortify yourself. I've already had a couple of conversations today about gentlemen on this panel coming together and having a standard operating procedure of how to bring people up. If we're not going to do it, who's going to do it?
Right.
So I believe it was the great Vince Lombardi that said that no matter how good the defense is, if you have the right play at the right time, it's unstoppable. How's our playbook as black men, as black content creators? So I'm willing to lead the charge when it comes to that. and we will come together and we'll huddle up and we'll make sure that we have everything that we need and bring it on. Bring it on.
Bring it on, right. Because like I said, brother, I've heard you, and I heard you talk several times on your platform many times. You come in the spirit of congeniality. You come in the spirit of respect. You try to present the evidence in a spirit of love. But even in the spirit of love, some still won't receive it. Regardless of how you tell the truth, you can package it hard, you can package it very intense. Like the gospel say, speak the truth in love. And I think you try to speak the truth in love. But even El Guapo is speaking the truth in love, many won't receive it. And El Guapo, that's a sign of what's called a syntonic ego. And it's a sign of what I call mental illness. And that's why I had to do this show, because you're beginning to see the exacerbation of this mental pathology in our community. And it does not appear to be dissipating at any point. So thank you, brother. If you want to continue to stay on and add to the panel, fine. But I know you're driving, but you're more than welcome to stay on the talk as long as you want to. Okay.
Kosher.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out, but Kosher, real fast.
Yes, sir.
What's your sub count at, man?
I'm at about 2,520.
Yeah, whenever you're ready to come on, my channel, give me the opportunity to help promote you, bro.
I appreciate it.
The message that you get, I'm gonna tell you real fast.
Mm-hmm.
I went through something with my girl a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
And my therapist, Dr. Douglas, pulled me out of a dark place.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the value and the rarity of the type of message that you have to bring, and more ears need to hear it.
No doubt, man. I appreciate it, brother.
I'm at your disposal. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is for Kosher. Starting 2022, I got to start charging because but Kosher, I got you. I want to blow you up, man. I really want to blow your channel up. And we'll go me here and you there, however you want to do it. Ingram, I got your message. Thank you so much. Okay. We'll catch up later behind the scenes.
Oh, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. We definitely got to talk about this topic. Like I explained to everybody, I like to amplify positive people, positive male figures in the community. People focus too much on the delivery of the message as opposed to the message in our community. And I like to highlight positive brothers. And like I said, I don't care about, I look at the man, I look at what the man is doing, I look at the man's character, and I look at what does he represent. And I think if a guy is not saying things the way people like it in our community, people get in their feelings, especially a lot of these simps and a lot of these feminist women and radicals. They get in their feelings, but at the end of the day, feelings don't create outcomes. Hard work, effort, and real change creates outcomes. Feelings just leave you stuck. So that's where I'm at.
No doubt. I totally agree. Well, listen, Guap, I know you got to go. We're going to make it happen, brother. I will reach out to you at some point. And shout out to all the brothers on the panel, the Ingram Experience. He's my homie. And all the other brothers, what's the funk? Gene, he's definitely conscious crap. And so shout out to the brothers on the panel. But I'm going to let you go, Guap. I know you got to go, baby. But much love and blessings. I look forward to the collaboration. We'll talk about it. I'll reach out to you, brother. Thank you.
Wapo out.
No doubt, brother. Be good. Much love.
I'm
all right.
Kosher.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
Because this happened to Pete, it was a quote-unquote Caucasian troll that did this.
Right, it's a Caucasian troll. Yes, sir.
So now, Black man, you're going to have to take this a little bit more seriously if you have close to 5K or greater subs. Because now what I've noticed with them now, because this message, what Black men doing, is more effective than them now. So what they going to do now, because they listen to the same talk points and we're getting more of a buzz, they will come in and they will do that show. Trust me, another content creator had the same issue this year, and he created a certain thing with the StreamYard where he knows who it is before he let them up. And now if it's them, you definitely going to have to probably be very cautious. I'm not saying you can't bring them in, but most likely they're going to start doing that now, and they've been doing this now for years now on YouTube.
Really?
Be very aware now. You got to be very aware now. I thought it was, when I heard about this, I thought it was some, because it's mostly when I see people in panels, it's mostly us on the average. But to find that they're letting them up, yeah, you're going to be very much on guard.
Right,
they're accustomed. They know the rules of YouTube. They know that they're not favorable to us as Black content creators. How I know? Because the same woman, the president, said that she was going to be more favored to Black male content creators, and she said this last year. So if she's now recognized now, that means they're going to turn it up on a lot of Black content creators as being very effective pushing this type of message. So now you have to be even more on your game, especially if you have more than 2 or 5K subscribers, bring people up. They're gonna start doing this now.
No doubt. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
And I'm not saying this for the race issue, but I'm just telling people right now, this is a competition now because their message is not effective now. The people that been talking about this, they hear it from mostly us, black men especially, with this message now. So that tells you that what they did, whether it was crazy from or not, is irrelevant. They're not being effective with the same talking points. So now they're going to say, who is strong pushing this message? So they're going to come in here like a nice and friend. We're going to let them up, and they're going to do some weird stuff like this. So that way you can say, oh, you did this. I'm sorry. Because they know the rules. They know what's up on YouTube.
Right. That makes a lot of sense, man. You know, I'll be on guard.
So like I said, Coach, I'm going to sit back. Go ahead, guys, talk.
All right. So what the fuck? You're in, and then Gene, I want you to come in, but I want you to add clarity to this conversation about this displaced aggression that you're seeing, but also the rise of troll culture, and also the social malfeasance that happened to Anton Daniels and Lapeef Network and Anton. What's your take on it? What the fuck?
I don't see how people aren't making and connecting the dots. We're a culture that loves the drama, and we're bored by conversations that probably could enhance us. Even example in the chat, like we can be having this conversation that has nothing to do with whatever Daryl's talking about, but then all of a sudden, everyone in the chat's going to start focusing on that. Like, what's the point of sometimes these people coming to these spaces to spread their message? Do you want me to? I can show you receipts. And I think sometimes in our culture we have such a love for calling out something instead of letting something be and just let it grow. And everyone, I don't know, the whole troll thing, I'm always big about people camming up. I think sometimes it's important to read body language. I think it's important to see who you're speaking to, because there's one thing we don't know, and that's they study us.
Yes, sir. Right. That is true.
Anyone knows. That's
true. You're right. And there's a therapist. You're right. What the fuck? And that's why I tell people, even to the ones that I know, I want you guys, unless it's something for your job, I want you to cam up, because you're right. I got to read your body language, because when I'm looking at you, I can read your body language and I can get a forensic outlook. But if I'm just talking to an avatar, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know. I can't watch your eyes. I can't study your body language. And I get it. You know, that's why I told Casual Observer, you want to come back on at some point later. Feel free, brother. I like you. I know you're a good brother. But moving forward, I need you guys to cam up. I got to see your face, because I don't know who I'm talking to. I don't know what you look like. I'm just talking to an avatar, and that's not fair to me. But go ahead. What the fuck? I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You can. I know where I'm at. So yeah, about the avatar thing, but also we have trolls with people who are real life, and they have in their energy where they always want to go back to their position. And I think the thing with El Guapo yesterday was a perfect example. He came up to that platform to have a conversation about one thing, and it ended up going all around into something else. And if you're reading the body language, it was beyond disrespectful. You could see how King was on the phone the whole time, like not even paying attention to what El Guapo was talking about. And it was a very kind of just dismissive kind of like, I got this, and let my friends cook you. And then later on, after that show, we have people who are from that platform going out in different chats like, yeah, we knocked him off his square. We made him look stupid.
Right.
Nothing positive for the solutions that we need in 2022.
Right. I agree with that, man. I agree with that.
Right. Different type of energy.
Right. No, I totally agree with you. Gene, how would you like to add clarity to this discussion about the rise of troll behavior? Why do you think, Gene, there's a rise in troll behavior? And why do you think it's targeted towards black masculine men, in your opinion?
Oh, this is a really easy question. So, all right, you know my background. I grew up on Long Island. I grew up predominantly around white folks. I worked with them in the pharmaceutical industry for a very long time. And so what this guy did doesn't surprise me. But what I think nobody's really looking at here is the fact that if you think about it, the definition of black masculinity has always been like criminal behavior. It's always been like degenerate behavior. That's been black masculinity throughout the history of this country, as far as what's been promoted. But what the manosphere has done is it's allowed And then the other thing is that black masculinity has been negative, and black intellectualism has been made out to be square and corny and weak and all of this. But what the black manosphere has done has allowed masculine black men to have a voice. And this is something that not only are women not used to it, but the white majority are not used to it either. I mean, they've been able to mute us throughout our history pretty much. That is no longer the case. And I can tell you, as a guy who, like I said, grew up on Long Island, worked for 24 years in the pharmaceutical industry. I used to make sterile antibiotics and homeopathic drugs. I'm 6'2", 245. I used to have long locks. White people used to struggle with the combination of my physicality, because I was a linebacker. I looked like a linebacker. I'm built like a linebacker even now. And the fact that I was smart enough to make over 100 drugs in Cleveland. Like, that's not supposed to be in their belief system. And I will tell you this, even when I first started working there, one of the groups that gave me the hardest time was black people. They would say, how did you get this job? Why are you getting to make all this money? Like, they would question, like, my validity being in the position. They knew nothing about my background, my history, nothing. So in our community and in the broader community, masculine black men who have great intellectual capacity, they're not used to it, and it's threatening to them.
Right. I totally agree. Totally agree.
They're trying to shut it down because that's power. Like if something is going to move the needle, is going to be intellectually superior masculine black men. That's what's going to move the needle, because we've had intellectual simps who kowtow to the status quo for the longest. And that's what the Democratic Party has been, they handpick those guys. They handpick those guys and they put them out in front, and nothing ever changes. So black men who are masculine and intellectual, they're not ready for it. And they'll do everything they can to stop it. If you had a bunch of thugs on all these platforms, nobody would be trolling anybody. They would just sit back and laugh and watch. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this: when you look at the videos, and I know plenty of white people have asked me questions about this. When you look at the videos of black women fighting on social media, is anybody trolling them or trying to stop them from, shutting down their channels to stop them from posting fighting videos?
Right?
Are they? Nobody. Right. Nobody is. That's the problem. It's too many smart black men who are masculine that are in the manosphere that are moving the needle, and they're threatened by it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That's my
question or did you want to say something, Kosher?
Hold tight.
Okay.
Is that King?
Hey, Coach. Yeah, that's King. I'm in an Uber, so I got to keep my mask on. I'm heading to an appointment right now.
Right, no doubt. All right.
I'm sorry for that. So you see, it's me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. How you doing, brother?
I know. You gotta be very careful in these YouTube streets now. People just coming on panels and doing disrespectful things. But I want to say first and foremost, before I address issues politely and respectfully, because this is your channel, and I always had respect for you, Kosher. You know that.
No doubt.
I want to say you are dope. One of the fiercest debaters I ever went against, and I appreciate you. Men that like us who are world travelers, it's a different level of respect.
No doubt.
Let me just in regards to me, because I have a deep understanding that black men are not a monolith. So we have to stop speaking in absolutes and assume that everybody has these microaggressions, these displaced microaggressions. So not everybody's reason for doing something is totally different. We are all unique individuals, all unique men, and we all unique content creators. Most of us on this panel, and I said most of us, are educated.
Right.
Most of us, not all. And with that being said, we have to be mindful of what we do. Now, I came into the game of YouTube, and I was able to monetize myself in the first 5 weeks of me having my channel. Mm-hmm. And I was able to do that because I came here to get monetized and to provide entertainment with information. Unfortunately, things happen, and people don't come to your platform just for education. And sometimes they come to see blood.
Right. Right. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Yeah, we are not here to just give information. If that's the case, people would go to CNBC or MSNBC. When they come to the Black YouTube space, there's some type of excitement, some type of entertainment that goes on. I do agree with everybody where we shouldn't take it far. We should take it outside of the YouTube stage. I believe me and Guapo had a great conversation yesterday, and it was respectful. He called me prior, talked to me after and during, and it's respectful. I've been known to say things, but if you ask anybody, even the people I don't get along with on a YouTube channel, from Lapeef to Anton, I don't disrespect them. That's why Anton came to my channel 4 days ago, to say he respects what I'm doing and he wants me to continue on. And I said thank you, and I also give him props. When I jab at Lapeef's show because they got taken down, it's not. If you heard what I said I don't want anybody to get their stream of income taken down because they use it to feed their families. But for the sake of entertainment, I was joking around. Right. This is, for the most part, this is WWF. This is not real. Nobody's going to take a flight and fight anybody. If you're willing to risk your freedom to do that, you deserve to go to jail. You're stupid. You're stupid. And we as black men need to put away our ego to understand we are here together to make money. But sometimes you have to understand that because I don't agree with your school of thought doesn't mean I hate you.
Are we here to make money, or are we here to make solutions?
Well, let me say this. This is what we're not going to do on this show.
Say it again.
So let me say this. Hold tight. We're not going to make this show. And King, I listened to some of the show last night, and I got much love for you. I can hear you, King. I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, King?
Yes, I can hear you, brother.
So let me say this.
And I respect you.
Right. We're not going to make this show about, because I heard you and I got love for you. Whatever agitations y'all got with Anton, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm staying out of that.
Cool.
No. I know you're cool, but I see Daryl Long popped up. I'm not going to tell Daryl that I'm not here to talk about beef that you got with Anton and the threats that he's made because I'll follow Daryl Long too. And Daryl Long, you said some very caustic things towards people. You said some very caustic things towards Anton. I mean, not Anton, but my man Guapo. So we're not going to get in no beefs. My channel is not for that. I ain't got time to deal with no beefs. We're just talking about the rise of trolls. So I know some feel that Anton's a troll, but that's neither here nor there. I like Anton. You ain't got to agree with everything Anton say, but Anton can come off as however. But I think Anton overall is a good man. I got much love for JR. But whatever beef y'all got with Anton and JR, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm staying neutral in this thing. So, Daryl, if you come on, no, I know you're fine, brother. But Daryl, if you come on and you want to tell your story about Anton, you can tell that on your platform or tell it to somebody else. But we're not going to use my platform as a way to you to vent talking about Anton. That ain't going to happen. If you want to talk about the rise of trolls, if you want to talk about the disrespect, and all that, that's fine. But we ain't going to use this platform to talk about Anton and JR. So, Daryl, if I bring you on, as long as you're clear about that, brother, we can have a conversation. But if you start talking about Anton and you don't like him and he threatened you and all that, we ain't going to go there because I've seen you do some very pernicious things towards people as well. I follow people and I study people as well. But if you're going to have a conversation like a man, we talk as men, then I'm cool with that. But all that slick talk and guys threatening folks and all this and, putting folks in coffins, I'm not here for that, bro. I'm just here to have a conversation. So you want to have a conversation and we talk like men, then we can do that. Go ahead, King. I'm sorry, brother.
And Coach, on my word, Daryl would not do that because out of the respect I have for you, he's going to show because he has respect for me. He would never talk to you like that.
But I'm just stating my point.
Okay.
Because as soon as folks start talking about, Anton is this and, and all that, like I tell people, they don't have to like Anton. You don't have to like Anton's points of view. I don't have an issue with that. Right. Some folks are not going to agree 100% with everything that I said because, as I said earlier, as men, we don't agree on all things. But we come together as allies of a common cause only to dissipate once the crisis is over. There's a crisis in heteronormative masculinity. And see, let me tell you something, King. You're a good man. At your core, you're very masculine. But I'll say this. You went to one of the best schools in the country in Columbia University. I went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. The problem with going to very liberal schools is that you have to be very conscious because you can be unconsciously indoctrinated by liberal thought even though that's not your intention. And so sometimes that liberal thought can be very antithetical to black men and black communities. And so I think at your core, you're very masculine. But like I said, I went to a very liberal school, but I didn't take those liberal indoctrinations and make it part of my masculine core. I was able to separate the two. So Daryl, I'm going to bring you up, brother. And we're going to chop as men, but, you know, if you start that beef with Anton, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to take you off, man. 'Cause I ain't got nothing to do with that. Y'all can take that beef and y'all can squash it. Y'all can have your own debates, but I'll bring you on as a man. Hold tight, Daryl. But go ahead, King. What else did you want to talk about, bro? You make some.
No, I
want to
answer. I'm sorry. Right. I want to say shout out to my brother Daryl. Thank you for coming up and calling me to come here because he has respect for your platform. So certain people that we don't go against and we don't talk about because we respect your masculinity.
No doubt.
As for accepted liberal indoctrinations from for historically white institutions, prestigious white institutions, it's not necessarily that. I think a lot of times, you know, we have to understand that we're not a monolith. There's different ways of expressing masculinity, and that's what we just represent another side of masculinity, where we don't feel the need to constantly state what we want. If we don't get what we want, then we move on. Right? If I see a woman that doesn't want to, if a woman doesn't want to do what I request her to do, I don't argue, I don't complain, I don't name call, I just move on.
But you know what, King? Watch this, man. We may not be monolithic in our philosophical differences, but we are monolithic in our struggle. And let me tell you something. Regardless if you went to a very prestigious school or not, there are still some in this country that see you as a black man, and they see you as an arbiter of pain and an arbiter of something negative. So, we might not be monolithic in our philosophical associations, but we are monolithic in being black men in America. So I just wanted to more or less say that. But Daryl Long, how are you doing, sir? How would you like to add to the conversation? And like I said, we ain't gonna talk about beef with Anton. You can talk.
I never came to talk about Anton. And what I usually find is, no disrespect, but people who are usually in his circles, they characterize my message as anti-Anton. That's why I said I'm happy how King characterized my video. It was about a man saying that it's okay to attack women, but de-escalate with men. And I posted clips out of his own mouth saying it. That's all I'm gonna say about that, man. Let's move forward.
Okay, no doubt. Respect.
As far as I don't know who got kids here. I don't know how y'all treat y'all families, like where y'all from, but where I'm from, I don't treat nobody saying, "Hey, I know where you live at. I know where your kids live at. Now I'll destroy you." That's not trolling to me. And especially if I'm a 31-year-old man, I see you're a Christian, 40-some-year-old man who's married, right? Somebody who I have never. Hold on. I would like to not be interrupted. Could that happen? I thought we were speaking as men.
Who are you talking to, man?
I thought I heard somebody interrupt me. I would like to not be interrupted.
Okay, but go ahead and say your point, man. But like I told you, I'm not gonna make this show about the Anton.
It's not about Anton.
Okay, go ahead.
The point, I was trying to get to.
Go ahead.
It's about we have a community of strong black men who say protect black women, protect the black community, protect black prosperity. How do you do that when you have a group of black people, no matter who they are? Whether it's me, whether it's King, whether it's anybody else who say it's okay to do certain things to black women, but we call it trolling when they do it. When I do it, it's evil. It's breaking the community down. But they won't talk about this, Kosher. Let's talk about this. I work for the Borgen Project. The Borgen Project, because I want to talk about solutions. I work for the Borgen Project right now. The Borgen Project is a poverty combatant organization. My first job was to get us a meeting with Senator Gary Peters. I posted this and proof of it. Nobody else did that. I asked them 60 times, can we talk about health disparities for black women? Can we talk about why black women are dying 8 times as much as everybody else? No. Let's focus on the negativity. I made meditation videos. I went and did a video with all the alphas and kappas talking about all these different things. Shout out to the brothers of Omega South Phi. I posted a whole fucking thing about how they did a whole health panel. I posted that, but they don't talk about that. They want to make it seem like I'm the brother that's on here talking about nonsense. So let's talk about the real facts. Who up here has sat with their leaders, their senators, their governors? Who have done it? King has done it. That's why I aligned with him. He ran for senator in 2017. Councilman in 2017. We aligned there. We actually moved the needle. There's this. I live in East Lansing, Michigan. Ask Graham Filler. Graham Filler is the East Lansing state representative. Ask him if he know my name. Ask him if we haven't had 100 email exchanges about this community that my daughter's a part of. I don't take kindly to anybody saying that it's okay to attack any black daughter, any black family. So yes, being a young man who just came out of my 20s, I responded very unkindly, with due respect. With due respect, but they won't tell you that. I guarantee they didn't tell you that Daryl Long had a meeting with Senator Gary Peters. I guarantee that they won't tell you that Daryl Long is a single father, never been on child support. They won't tell you that. But they'll tell you he's a shit starter. They'll make sure they tell you that. They tell you that he talked about somebody's wife, but they won't tell you how to. I got a message. We put 8,000 on your head.
Wait, Daryl.
Okay, all right. Listen.
I thought we were talking facts.
All right. Okay,
I'm gonna mute myself.
All right, you mute yourself because, as I said before, this show we're going to stick to the topic. It's becoming derailed and begin to talk about issues that you have based on your own machinations. So we're not going to talk about that. I get it. I get where you're coming from. You're pro-black. You believe in pro-black movement. I get all that. I get all that, and I respect that. And but at the same time, Daryl, I followed you too. You're a very intelligent brother, but you said some slick stuff as well. That was very unkind and very disrespectful. And so we're not going to make this a wolf ticket show. We're not going to do it. And so we're not going to do this. So we're going to move forward. But much love and blessings to you. I wish you well in your ascension on your channel. You were spending some fire, man, until what happened to you recently, man. And it's unfortunate. But like I said, as men, we cannot come to other men in a spirit of anger because men by nature, if you come to a man aggressive, he's going to get aggressive. I worked in law enforcement. I worked in prison. I dealt with Crips and Bloods, and I would tell them straight up, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. You might get me, but I'm 6'6", I'm 280 pounds, and I've never had to hit a man, so I don't know what kind of damage I can do. But I've always said over and over again, don't get it twisted, because if you come to me aggressive, I'm going to get aggressive. So like I said, we ain't going to talk about all this stuff, because I followed you guys, I followed you. I got love for King. Me and King have been on debates. King ain't never been disrespectful to me. But Daryl, I followed you specifically. So this show is not going to be talking about beefs you guys got with whoever, you guys can do that on your own platform. But I got love and respect for you, young man, more than less. But King, what else did you want to say, brother, as we moving forward, man? What else did you want to say? And then I'm going to let Gene and What the Funk, because it looked like What the Funk want to say something. But what else did you want to say, King, real quick, brother?
Thank you. I think What the Funk had a question for me.
Go ahead, What the Funk. Go ahead, brother. Say what you got to say, brother. What the Funk. Go ahead, brother. Did you want to say something? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. Cliff, how you doing, brother? How would you like to add to this conversation, brother, about the rise of trolls and what I call an attempt to destroy heteronormative masculinity? How would you like to add to this conversation, brother?
It's really unfortunate, man, because they're trying to destroy something that brings so much value. I know a lot of people might have their opinions on, the people that are associated with the show and whatever, but it does bring a lot of value, and it helps a lot of people who are in, the situations all over the place. So I don't necessarily like it. It's not a good look, but surely there could be some other resolution as to just taking the person's content down. There must be some other step that can be taken. Like they were saying that, they got no warnings. They were trying to be good and whatever. And they were no slap on the wrist, no say, hey, warning number 1, if it happens again, then you're deleted. It was just straight up just taken off. And I know that's kind of messed up.
Right. Let me ask you guys a question, King. There are some people that might not like your message. There's some people that might not like you as a man. But do you think, King, there's an attack on masculinity, in your opinion?
If they attack on masculinity.
Yes, whether it's black or white. Because I think the men on the panel will agree that it is.
Yeah. On masculinity. There is an attack on leadership from a male perspective. That's what I'm going to say. There's an attack on...
Same thing, dude.
Particularly in the black community. Can you hear me? Just want to make sure.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, King. Go ahead. I can hear you, King. I can hear you. Hello? Gene. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, Gene. How would you like to add to the conversation? Go ahead, Gene. He fell off.
No, I mean, it's obviously an attack on masculinity. But the thing is, I think, it's very easy to look at it from the perspective of, and I'm talking, specifically in our community, but also when you branch out to, like, say, the coast. So, like, I'm in New York City, or say LA, because the coasts of the country are very different from the interior of the country. I've been all over this country, and it's night and day different in different places. So in New York City, and out in, say, like LA and San Francisco, you have a lot of liberal men. You have a lot of men who are indoctrinated in feminist thinking.
Right.
And then when you look at the Black community, with 80% of children being born into single parent households, you have a lot of men who grow up and they don't realize it. They think like women, they react like women, they communicate like women. So, from different fashions, there's an attack on masculinity, and not just, like you said, not just Black masculinity, but masculinity across the board. I mean, white guys are complaining about the same thing. One time I was a part of I watched a live stream, and it was like six different content creators in different countries, and they were talking about the same thing. They're talking about the same thing. This is going on pretty much all over the world. And there's definitely an attack on masculinity across racial and ethnic lines.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Ingram, how would you like to add to the conversation, man? Why is there a rise on troll behavior, in your opinion?
I think it's a rise on troll behavior because we're suffering the consequences of 60 years of feminist indoctrination in this country that has killed the Black community. Obviously, we have a simp culture in the Black community. A lot of men been raised by women. They try to divert these talking points to logic. I make a hard right. I'm an absolutist. I'm a father who raised 3 boys. I'm 21 years of law enforcement. I've been in the gutter through all the cities. I've knocked on the doors. I know the chaos. I know the problems. I don't have a liberal mentality. Liberalism has killed our community. We've taken up a lot of problems from the white community. Their feminism, their problems. It has indoctrinated our community. It has been a cancer in our community. And I'm not going to, here's how I look at it. I have a masculine perspective because that's the problem in our community is we don't have absolutes, which is there's a morality problem in our community. Before you can fix anything, you have to have a standard. And the problem with our community is everybody is so on code. I don't take no code. I go about how do I look at things in the world? I look at outcome. If it's not working, change it. And how do you change it? You change it first by having a standard. You can't throw money at everything. Everything is not an economic problem, especially in 2021 and beyond. You can't live in the past. You can learn from the past, but you can't live in the past. The biggest problem in our community right now is absentee fathers.
I agree.
And that's the elephant in the room. We can talk around all these liberal talks all you want. See, the problem is that anytime you have a dialogue about solutions, it comes back about blaming men and bashing men. Because it's easy to hold men accountable, especially when you get these male feminists with these liberal talking points. Oh, they saved the community without a standard. And you have to have that standard. If you try to fix anything without a standard, you're pouring money into a black hole. Because what's going to happen is people are going to keep doing the same behaviors that create failure. And that's the problem you have.
I actually agree with sir. That's why I brought up the whole point about me and King working with councilmen, working with senators, working with people who actually control our environments. And I think that's why that's the conversation I would let it have, because too often we're in spaces talking about governing without actually talking about the people, having connections to the people who actually govern. I'm not saying you guys don't, but I would let it hear you guys' perspectives about what maybe you guys are doing about in the community with the local leaders, federal leaders, state level leaders.
Brother, can I say something to that? The first problem you have
Brother's
to do
platform is talking about troll behavior. What does that have to do with helping and what you're doing, what you're taling about? You had a whole diatribe of what I do and what I do and what I do, and you want us to come back and tell us what we do, Yeah. That's kind of counterproductive. Can
I address this real quick?
I'm like you.
It's a platform.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Trying to tell him.
Go ahead, Ingram.
Thank
Let
you.
me address this real quick. Okay, there was a time in this country when black people owned farms, black people had communities, black people were self-empowered. Government empowerment is the welfare state. I don't give a damn about these senators, these politicians. As far as all of them, they're full of crap. All they're going to do is Biden is going to hand you his welfare checks. He's going to destroy the family. He's going to destroy black men, and he's going to have you living off these welfare subsidies, like what he's done to our women in our community, that kills us from the 60s with the Great New Deal and all these other crap that has turned us into the welfare state. It is not that welfare in the government is not a solution to the black community. You don't get self-empowerment by depending on the government. It starts with the family. It starts with the family is the core. The nuclear family is the core of a community. You don't government empowerment is trash empowerment.
Yes. So can I say?
I mean, the reality is that.
Hey guys, hold up. There's too many hands up, but hold up, King. I will say this: I've been listening to you several times, and even though some of your ideas are more tied to liberalism, but here's the thing I like about you: you voted from a more conservative perspective. I was listening to one of your shows, and you got a lot of heat for that. But I don't want to derail this conversation because what the funk is right. We're talking about troll behavior. Yes. And we're talking about the rise of trolls, and we're trying to talk about the systems or the symptoms that's led to this troll behavior. And I think we're looking at more or less the vestiges of troll behavior. But you had your hand up, you talked about a lot of times voting, and so I want to make sure the conversation stays intact. But how would you like to add to your conservative views of thinking? Because you voted conservative this year.
Yeah, I voted for Trump, and I voted for based on interest, right? Mm-hmm. And this is what I'm saying. That's why we can't say masculinity. Look at the definition of masculinity. I would like to deal with male leadership, because the undertone of what my brother from the law enforcement was saying, it deals with leadership. It has nothing to do with masculinity. It deals with leadership. So what happens is, as leaders, male leaders, if we consider ourselves male leaders, then one thing, my father, who's been married to my mother for 50 years, so I come from a nuclear family that you talk about. I'm 41 years old. I've never been married. I don't have any kids because I don't believe in kids before marriage. Right. So you're talking to a guy that you would like to have around you. So I want to let you know something that my father told me. When you're a leader, you get all of the blame and none of the praise. So when they say the community is messed up, it's our fault. When they say the community is great, we don't get no praise. Get used to it if you're a leader. Get used to it. When you're a leader, when you're a father, you get no praise, but you get all the blame if your child's in jail. Get used to being a leader. Get used to people not telling you that you're great. Get used to always getting the blame. If you're a male leader, I'm a male leader, so I don't need praise. I don't need. I'm sorry, I didn't finish. You can't have leadership without masculinity.
I'll let you speak. Go ahead, let you speak, brother.
I didn't finish, brother.
Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead, brother.
But I said male leadership. So masculinity, what is your definition of masculinity before we have discourse? Because I want to know if we're on the same page.
Masculinity involves manhood and involves male leadership. That's all in one.
That's not a definition for masculinity.
Here's the problem with the black community. We're gonna split hairs about masculinity, and here's why. Because this is what black people do to each other. We try to trick each other with these definitions. The reality is this: the attack on the black community is to make our struggles about gender issues. Right now, the biggest issue we have in the black community is trying to turn our boys into girls. And that is really the fundamental problem. See, what we do is we get these over intellectualization. We're both educated men. So what we do is we try to split gears about definitions. Masculine leadership equals the same thing. Well, we really got to deal with the real problem. The real problem is this. We have a crisis, a moral crisis in our community. One of them, they're trying to turn our community and our struggles into gender issues. That's number one. Well, number two, absentee fathers. The second one is that if you can't beat them, transform them. So at the end of the day, we need to deal with masculinity, because masculinity is under attack, and it's obvious by what you see in the media and obvious by what you see happening to our boys. They'll be more accepting of our boys as girls than to deal with. If you put any show about our boys transforming, they have no problem with that. There's no pushback. There's no fight. There's nothing. But if you talk about masculine leadership in the black community, we want to split gears. It's different.
So question, when you say absentee men in the household, fathers, right? How did that start?
That started because our community replaced men with the government. It started with the Great
Okay.
Society in the 1960s, where we took welfare checks.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we kicked the men out the back door. It didn't happen
Yes.
because of the drawback epidemic. It didn't happen because of any of this crap that people try to make, liberals try to make excuses for.
Right.
It happened because our women took government checks, kicked the
Yes.
men out the back door, and then
Okay.
we took on the feminist liberal policies of America, and we
Okay.
became government slaves. We became hoes for the government.
Can I ask you a question? Because I don't know you too well, but you seem like a person my father would be around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can anybody do anything that you don't want them to do? Man,
Absolutely.
masculine
Well,
man?
that's what has happened.
You know what I'm
This-
saying? You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what-
Like, do you understand that? Do you understand what you just said? You said
I understand. I understand what you're just saying, brother.
You said the government. You said the government. You said the government did nefarious did something nefarious.
No. I said that we chose the government over family. We sold our souls to the government.
Okay,
Just
I
like the
heard
church.
what you
The
said. I think
church.
no, I
The
thought you
church
said woman.
sold
I'm sorry.
sold the money. The church
Right.
sold the money. We sold our
Right.
soul to the government, just like the church. We sold our
Okay,
government.
excuse me. If you were to read the Moynihan report of 1964, you will see to the brother's point, the former police officer, if I get his name.
The
If
Ingram
you read the
affairs.
Moynihan report, you will see that they were bewildered because when they tried this in every other group, the women pushed back. They wanted the men in the house. Only black women accepted taking the money and kicking the men out the house. Nobody else accepted that.
Okay.
So it was a conscious decision that they made. They had the opportunity, like other communities, to push back, and they didn't do it. And I grew up in New York City. I saw women. And I'm 57 years old. I saw women kicking dudes out and taking welfare and having a revolving door of dudes blowing their back out because the check was replaced with government funding. The check that the man was bringing home was replaced. I saw that.
So my question is, that's your experience, right? And this is what I'm saying. It's very dangerous for us to have because y'all all on a panel, you have a platform. It's very dangerous to take a personal opinion and
those are facts.
But I told you about the Moynihan report. I just told you about the Moynihan report.
All right, listen. Hold tight. Time out, everybody. We're gonna stop this, King. It is what it is, man. But King, anytime you want to chop it up, man, we're gonna finish this conversation. King, I got respect for you, man, but we ain't gonna. This conversation is being derailed on conjecture and different philosophical differences. So we're not gonna go there. But we're gonna finish the conversation talking about what the topic of the show is, and we'll go from there. But much love, King, and blessings. If you ain't got anything else to say, I'm gonna finish what the brothers are talking about. So, King, if you ever want to do a show, man, you and I will chop it up as men. I love your perspective. We'll do a show with the kosher and the King, and we'll go from there. But much love and blessings, brother. Right.
And also, let me tell everybody, say thank you, everybody,
Right.
and I hope you have a beautiful day.
All right, much love, brother. All right, be good, King.
See him too. Bless
All right. Daryl, if you finished, man, I'm gonna drop you down too. You got anything else to share, bro? Real quick.
No, yeah. The one thing I would say is, kosher. I respect your show. I respect your platform, regardless of people, whatever people want to say about my YouTube presence, what I'm actually doing in my community. That's what all I want to have a conversation with the gentleman about. So I would just love if, if we can do a show, or you can do a show one day where we talking about actual solutions that people are doing in the community, and we can have like receipts and proof of it, because I just think it's disingenuous to the black community to have, anybody saying this is what the black community should be doing without proving the influence, that they have in the actual community. I think that's disingenuous. How do we raise young leaders, actual leaders, like the brother above me is saying, if we're not actually showing what we're doing in our actual community? That's what's actually important, more than my YouTube beef or my personal opinion about anybody. Can we all agree to that?
Well, listen, I think what we're doing by having these conversations is giving back to the community. It might be unorthodox, Daryl, but I think it is. And I think what the Ingram experience is saying is, you look at things from a systemic point of view. The gospel say you can't take new wine and put it into old wineskins. You can't take new ideas and put it into an old platform if the platform itself is damaged. So I think that's what the guys are talking about, more or less, in a nutshell. It's a lot more nuanced than what it appears on the surface. But nonetheless, much love there, much love and respect, brother. We're gonna finish the conversation. I'm gonna holler at you, brother. Much love there. Be good, brother. All right, be good, brother. All right. So real quick, so what the fuck? You know, I see your face, man. You got a lot of your face is tore up. But go ahead, brother. How would you like to add more to the conversation, man? You know, because you know, you have a lot of consternation. I got a lot of respect for you, man. So how else would you like to add to the conversation? And these trolls, the rise of troll culture, do you think it's being fueled by unconscious simps, in your opinion? What the fuck?
Absolutely. We just saw it. We had a example. You can click it.
Right.
It was in the chat. It was in our private chat. It was on the panel. You have a discussion where you're trying to have a roundabout way of trying to find solutions. And what happens is we saw it clear as day. The first thing he said in the chat was about Anton. He got angry. Then probably he went and called King. Now King is on the phone in his Uber and jumps on his platform so they can come up and have a conversation. That is a clear example of the true behavior that you were talking about in this show. And people don't recognize this. People in the chat don't recognize this because we're entertained by this.
Well, listen, I recognized it, but you know, I like to give people a chance to prove themselves, and you know, and like I said, I don't have no beef with King, but yeah. I ain't got no beef with Daryl either, but Daryl, I'm disappointed in Daryl in some of the things that he said in the past, and I'll just leave it at that. But it does appear, Ingram, Gene, and also MC Recovery, but also Cliff, that masculinity is under attack. And what's your guys' take on what happened to Lapeef based on the show yesterday? What do you guys take on that? How do you guys feel about the assault on Lapeef Network? Starting with you, Ingram Experience. How do you feel about it?
I'm starting to think that, I mean, obviously it's probably a troll that's, upset about what's the type of dialogue and communities coming together, but it might also be a pervert too. So I'm struggling between the two, you know what I mean? But I think in general, anytime you have a platform that's a masculine voices, our community is not accustomed to it. And like I said, I don't split hairs. I see a problem, I see the outcome, and I think about the solutions because I've been in the trenches. And anytime you give an excuse or a way out for people to avoid masculinity, to avoid accountability, to avoid any type of standard, you get people dancing. They're dancing with these fancy words and splitting hairs and, trying to micro define words because they don't want to deal with the point in the issue. And that's what liberalism teaches people, to dance around questions, to deflect, to blame, to shame, that's what has gotten us nowhere because at the end of the day, outcome matters. But in terms of what the community is under attack, there's a problem with masculinity. There's a problem with patriarchal leadership in the household. There's a problem with we have a problem. And what are we going to do? Talk about the government? What has that gotten us?
Right. Charity starts at home and goes abroad. You can't get to the government until you get to the epigenesis of the problem, which is the home and black fatherhood and having strong men. You got micro, then you have the meso, which is the group. But you can't go to the macro level until you address the micro level. Once you address the micro level, you can go to the meso. Once you address the meso, then you can go to the macro. But we can't start off with the government until we start with the family, which is the epigenesis to the issues and the pathologies that we're seeing today. And I think that's what Daryl missed. I think his intentions are right. But I do agree with you, What the Funk. I was looking at the comments, and the whole time, after I said clearly, we're not going to talk about Anton Daniels. Folks are still talking about what this man did to me, and he talking about my daughter, he talking about my wife. But I saw I call it a shit show of a show last night, when this brother made some serious allegations towards Guapo. Either way, you can't shoot the gun and then hide your hands. You're just as complicit as some of the people that you said are talking about you. And that's what I don't like, because I didn't have this show to talk about beef and who did this to you, whatever. We're talking about what happened to Lapeef last night. And like I said, to the people that don't like Lapeef, that's y'all problem. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I love Lapeef. I love those brothers. I ain't got no problem with King. I love and respect King. But if y'all got, that's almost like if I got a problem with Gene, somebody got a problem with Gene, but Gene ain't did nothing to me, I'm not going to stop talking to Gene because England don't like Gene. Gene cool with me. That's your problem with Gene. But I'm not going to stop associating with Gene because Ingram got a problem with Gene. That's your problem. And so if you want to cut me off because I'm still cool with Gene, then you were never my friend in the first place. I don't get in petty beefs because it's goofy to me. I don't have time for petty beefs because we can be using our time more productive as men, because unconscious pathologies are ravaging the black community and it's led to displaced aggression. And I'll say it once and I'll say it again. I think some of this displaced aggression is tied to some of these boys not having fathers in their homes.
Oh, absolutely.
I think some of it's tied to them not seeing true heteronormative masculinity in full display. And because they never seen it, like I like what Guapo said, it's tied to what I call a schema affliction. They have what's called a cognitive break, because a cognitive break is tied to a schema affliction, where that pattern of thinking is broken, and then they're fearful because of that because of that pattern of thinking. So that's what you're seeing now, and we got to get the message out. Now, listen, guys, to the 63 that are watching, because I got some fire for your mind. To the 63 that are watching, I need you guys to share the content. If you have not donated to the channel, donate to Cash App $7 Smalls. Chicago Rilla, if you're in the house, please join the conversation. I know you said you had to park, but I would love to hear your perspective, because you gave a very good perspective about all these issues with, you were talking to Lapeef at one point. It was a great show. I think it was the last show you guys had on King Talk. And you were talking about how some people don't want to see King Lapeef do well. So the Chicago Real, if you're around, feel free to have a conversation. But let me ask you a question. What the fuck? You know, you're a cool brother. Why do you think there's so much vitriol towards Lapeef Network, man? You know, there are a lot of people that are agitators against Lapeef. What do you think that's about? Because you're in Ingram experience, definitely know the brother's a lot better than most people do. But you guys have been followers of Lapeef Network. Why do you think so many people have beef with JR and Anton, in your opinion?
Because they were one of the first people to start this blueprint. I mean, let's keep it 100. They started a blueprint that was kind of original, where they were having black, I mean, it was already there. I get that. But they ended up kind of having a that was marketable, that a lot of people consumed. And I think during the pandemic, it planted a lot of seeds in a lot of us to like, yo, this is something we should all be kind of doing, participating in. This is something that can kind of, and it brought a lot of people into this space. But what happened was, when people started realizing they can grow their channels from calling out Anton or picking apart their messages or doing reactions, and especially with even the whole, when King had that big beef with Anton, he was able to get monetized and build a whole network from that. And as we've witnessed that, I think a lot of people have kind of like wanted to go in that platform. And now we have a whole lot of people attacking everybody in everyone's positions, instead of realizing we all have the same funking enemy, and we all have the same toxins that have been in us. It's not our fault. It's not our elders' fault, but we still need to have some level of accountability, and then let's move forward. Our elders bit the apple. We bit the apple, and our youth have bitten the apple. Okay, we all bit the apple. We realize we have an enemy, and let's figure out a different solution to pull back ourselves from this facade, this ego, get a little bit more animalistic, and lean a bit off the whole capitalist bullshit, and try to build a real community for people, because the next 20 years, we're going to need that community. They don't care about us. They don't. And when this metaverse and all this stuff starts getting really, really serious, and with the or whatever you want to call it, we need a community. And we have a community in the Native American, because reservations are untapped wealth. We can bring our entertainment and go to those reservations, and we are sorry for how we ignored y'all, and we are a part of you. And we can actually get on those reservations and start to isolate and start to learn the same way that they do in the Amish community. But we're so addicted to this flag, so addicted to the bag. We're so addicted to our ego and facade. We all need a massive mushroom trip and come out of it and completely rethink our structures and our culture.
That's an excellent point. That's a very excellent point. Ingram experience. Why do you think the incessant attack, in your opinion, on Anton Daniels and the Lapeef Network? What's your take on it, brother?
I think the biggest thing about, well, let's talk about specifically about Anton. Anton, he does this thing because he amplifies a positive image of black men. For instance, his purpose behind his message is simply this: we amplify if you're a negative person in the black community, you have a loud voice, very loud voice, and nobody really challenges it. What he's doing is the exact opposite of that. He's a positive black man, and he's amplifying his success and his status, and he's unashamedly demonstrating this. Am I going to spend any energy worrying about a successful, happily married black man who's a businessman, an entrepreneur, a hardworking, positive image? Okay. Or am I going to worry about the dude selling crack down at the block? The dude's knocking up women and leaving them with kids that's going to be a problem on the community. Am I going to focus my energy on a very positive black man who I agree with 98% of his principles and 98% of his thoughts?
Right. And I agree. I agree more with what, listen, does Anton have some machinations that some people might not like? Sure. But for the people that are pointing the flaws of Anton, they're hiding their hands for the malfeasance they've done themselves. It's one thing to say if Anton was this antagonistic bully that attacks everybody, but Anton has done a lot of good. Does sometimes Anton have a slick mouth? Yeah. Does Anton have a big ego? Yeah, he got a big ego, but he can back it up. I love his hard work. I love his swag. I love his moxie. Anton might not agree 100% with everything I believe in. And I might not agree 100% with Anton. But I think Anton has done a lot more good than he's done bad. Some don't like it because they say he's cocky. Well, look, I don't care about that. He's cocky. I can be cocky, but that don't faze me. I don't care about that. I look at the essence of a man, and the essence of a man, and some of the things that he brings about, some say might be too idealistic or he's an anomaly. But I'm not here for that. I like what he's doing. I like what Lapeef has done. I think those brothers have done a good job of trying to bring men together to get the message out on strong masculinity. Not this weak masculinity where men more or less don't speak truth to power, but men are more or less subjects of a gynocracy where they don't speak at all. They say what they think the women should want them to hear, and they speak based on feelings instead of speaking on masculine authority and principles. And like Gene was saying, he's correct. Many times they're not used to seeing it, because they're not even used to black intellectualism. And so when men speak, then all of a sudden you're toxic or you hate women. And what most women don't understand is, like I was telling the young lady earlier, Sugar Bomb, male empowerment comes at the expense, but also at the exoneration of female empowerment. Because when a man is empowered, then the woman, if he's a true man, is going to empower his woman as well. But the point is, we don't never say anything about female empowerment. When women talk about empowerment, black girls rock, black girls magic. We don't say nothing about that. But as soon as black men decide to come together, as I want to break that psychic mold of so many of our black men, then all of a sudden, it's a problem. It's like black men can't, or men in general can't have a space unless someone is coming in trying to infiltrate it and get in their feelings because they want to talk about our women. But it's time for black men to heal first. Let the brothers heal. And when the brothers heal, then we can heal the nation. What little is left of this chaotic nation, in my opinion. MC Recovery and Wellness, how are you doing, brother? How would you like to add to the conversation real quick, brother? Go ahead.
Well, thank you for allowing me in. I basically wanted to speak on a couple of things. I like the Lapeef Network show is because what I like about it is that it's co-ed. And but I don't know, like maybe sometime, like with the incident that happened yesterday, they've been letting a lot of people come up, sharing the platform. So it was good to learn from the Godfather and some of the other individuals that's in the tech to allow us to see that we need to be more cautious. And I also like the passion of the guy that just got off the screen, Daryl. So what I was feeling from him is the frustration of what I be going through when I'm in some of these meetings with some of our officials and some of our leaders. But but the insight out here is basically when I'm in these mental health and these homeless issue meetings and these intervention for gang violence type of meetings, black male voices is right in these rooms are being up under attack. But what I basically see, but when we are at the table, because if we're not at the table, she was just saying, closed mouths can't be fed. So if we're not at the table, we are on the menu. That's the quote. So that's what normally happens when I'm in the room, and if my counterpart or if my other brother or someone is not in here advocating for the community, basically these platforms that we have now, shit is doing a big service, because now I can see that it has infiltrated inside the hallways of city halls throughout America, county board of supervisors meetings. So hopefully it'd be a change when we finally get back up to running. And I sure would like to get in contact with Daryl and send him the email so he can have a template for something to bring to black boys and black men in the community.
But you know what? It goes back to what I was saying. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Can I answer a quick point real quick, brother?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Ingram. Go ahead, brother.
It's a question by the Uncut with Daryl Long. He asks, talk about what laws you are passing to get those drug dealers off the block. Well, let me explain something to people real quick. I've worked 21 years in law enforcement. I've worked in Camden, Trenton, Atlantic City, Jersey City, all these urban areas. There's one common trend, okay? Crime is a symptom. Hiring more cops and passing more laws is rubbish, okay? I've knocked every door I knock on in this community. There's one common trend: no man, no man, no man, no man, no man. So if you want me to pass a law, it's going to be a moral law. It's going to be marry before you carry.
Right.
Drop the crime rate many times, or pick a good man before you breed, or be a good man. That will solve 99% of the crime problem in the black community. Marry before you carry would be the first moral law I'd pass. That doesn't involve the government either. That's a moral thing that can be handled through the church and the community.
Right.
Everything's about a government with you guys. You guys got to stop this welfare state mentality.
Right.
I mean, the reality is, once the government got involved with the black community has been on a downward trend. We actually did better when they weren't involved. I mean, so I don't understand the whole idea of like getting them involved as though it's some sort of solution. Look at all the and I'm an independent, so I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat. I have no dog in that fight. But look at all the cities that have been, solidly Democrat for decades. They're like amongst the worst cities in the country. Like nothing ever changes. Like the government is not going to do it. First of all, they're not going to let anybody get in a position of power that actually wants to facilitate any type of change. That's pretty obvious. I mean, we have the Congressional Black Caucus. What have they done? I mean, everywhere you look, where you have black politicians, nothing changes. Nothing changes.
That's what I've been saying
looking for the government as a solution is a mistake. Like my man said, we got to, we have to do it within the community. It can't be about the government.
Right. Because right out here, what I'm seeing is true. It's just like with a few people I know, they reached out to the athletes that grew up in the city, the celebrity, and then the reason why I see that model working, because that athlete, that celebrity actually see exactly where their money is going, and they get involved. And then on the back end, all of a sudden you see the city officials, county government, they want to help now. So I be having my camera. See, I'm a county photographer and I'm a celebrity photographer on the side. And I see that through being in these meetings and being behind that lens. So what Ibram was saying is that because a lot of people will accept funding and mess it up, and then the cycle of them, what happens is that they will give the funding to people that they believe, to me, that will mess it up, that will run off with it, and then that messes it up. So basically, it's going to take us to get in and do the stuff, just like our Black Photography Association. It then fell apart because of what was going on earlier in this meeting. A lot of chiefs trying to overrule the Black Photography Association that go way back to the days of Martin Luther King, and it didn't fell apart. And then now it's on my back and another person to bring it back about. So.
Yeah, I want to give a different perspective, because everybody keeps chiming in on this guy, Anton. And I don't have anything against Anton. I've seen him a few times, not a whole lot, but I'm born and raised in New York City, and I will tell you, a guy that talks like him, if you put him here, it's like a bloody piece of meat in a den of lions. Just the way he talks. Like I see that some of you don't see it that way, but I'm telling you from the perspective of where I live, if you brought him here, he is like a bloody piece of meat, and guys are gonna literally tear him apart. Because and it's just the nature, because he's gonna bring out the competitiveness and the cutthroat mentality that a lot of guys have, because he talks very big. And in this space in New York, they're gonna make you prove it. You're not gonna just get to talk it and walk away. They're gonna make you prove it. They're
I want to give some pushback to that.
That's just the way it is. You feel free.
Yeah, so I think that's a little bit unfair to say, man, because I understand a lot of people's problems with them. I even at one point, yeah, I agree, but let me explain. I at one point in time had problems with some of the things that you were saying. Most in particular, they made a video about it, F Your Dreams. He said it, and he just got finished talking to a 17-year-old kid. He was giving them a link to his Patreon or whatever, and then he said it, and then it stuck with me, like it just clinged in my head. Why would you tell that kid fuck your dreams? Like, that's somewhat the opposite of what you would tell to a kid that age. And then I called in, I was talking to him, and that's one of the things that I absolutely love about that show. They don't just say stuff and then they leave it alone. If you're going through something, you have a question about what they're asking, they give you the opportunity to call in. That's what upsets me about what that person did. But back to it. He explained himself perfectly, but because I was caught up in my feelings and kind of being pushed along by some of the things that Kayla were saying that were kind of reinforcing my feelings, it wasn't until after they made that video that I kind of sat down and I objectively listened to some of the things that he was saying. And he made absolute perfect sense. Like, he was dropping dimes, but because I was just caught up in how I felt about, his demeanor, how he was saying it, his overall, the way he articulates himself. You can't get caught up in that, man. That's just who he is.
Right.
You have people hold on, bro. But you said that if you dropped him in New York, and it would be like a bloody piece of meat.
Oh,
I don't necessarily agree with that, because no, I'm from Jamaica.
So then you can't say that. I'm telling you about
hold up. I've been to New York. I have family in New York, bro.
No, you don't live here, though. I've been here 57 years. You can't tell me anything about
add some context. In what situation would he be a bloody piece of meat?
Right. But hold tight. I know what you guys both are saying, and then we're going to move along. I know what Gene is saying.
I'm not agreeing with treating him that way, because I don't really care what. Listen, Kosher will tell you, I don't care what people say. I don't have emotional reactions to what people say. That is not me at all. But I know where I live. And I know that if he came here talking the way he talks, he'd have a lot of problems. Just because people are gonna challenge him. It's the nature of this place.
Sir, you're
Right.
Yeah,
but
I understand
gets
what you're saying,
challenged.
Gene. And I
He
get
gets
what you're saying.
challenged.
Let me read this super chat real quick. I understand what you're saying,
Yeah,
Gene.
I'm done with that.
But yeah, right. But people got to understand Anton in his context. Anton many times can be very brash. He can be braggadocious and cocky. But when you look at the whole kaleidoscope of Anton, he really means well. Is Anton very opinionated? Yes. But you got to study. You got to study Anton whole. You got to look at his whole body of work instead of looking at a small Photoshop of Anton. If you look at a small text of Anton without looking at the context, you're correct, Gene. Maybe perhaps that he was in New York and some people might want to challenge him. But if you look at Anton in whole and totality, Anton is fine. But hold tight. Let me shout this super chat out real quick. Shout out to my man Shannon for Shannon Ross. Thank you, brother. I'm in the design meeting. Everyone just said, Shannon, are you paying attention? He wanted to say, no, I'm on YouTube. Shout out to my man Shannon. I love that brother. Shout out to him. But
bless up, big bro.
No, y'all love Shannon, man. But let me ask you a question, guys. Ingram and also Ace and also Cliff and also Chaos Reign. With the meteoric rise of Kevin Samuels, you don't have to agree with everything Kevin Samuels said. No, you're fine. I'm just talking. I'm talking to everybody. But with the meteoric rise of Kevin Samuels, and you don't have to agree with Kevin Samuels. Some of you guys don't have to agree 100% with me because you're not going to satiate everybody. Kevin Samuels starts saying what a lot of men have been saying for a long period of time, and I get it. Some folks don't like Kevin Samuels' delivery. They say he can be too brash at times, But minus that, do you think that Kevin Samuels has brought forth a lot of trolls in you guys' opinion? Started with What the Funk, Ingram, Gene, also Ace, and Cliff. Go ahead, real quick.
You mean a lot of trolls on his
Do you think
platform?
that Kevin Samuels has brought out a lot of trolls?
Yeah, two people are talking at one time. I need one at a time. Yeah. Go ahead. What the Funk? Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
I just want to make sure I heard the question correctly. Did you say did Kevin Samuels bring out a lot of trolls?
Right. I guess with the meteoric rise of Kevin Samuels and people finally hearing how men think, because Kevin Samuels didn't really start the conversation. Men have been saying this for a while. Kevin Samuels is amplified.
Got it.
But do you feel that because Kevin Samuels has begun to rise and begin to more or less oscillate some of the thoughts of many modern black men, do you feel like that's brought forth a lot of trolls in your opinion, or you think it's totally an isolated incident in your opinion?
No, I honestly believe that his message has brought out a lot of trolls, and that does not negate his message. His message is absolutely on point. We need to have our own black media where we are kind of conform our own image. I don't understand why a lot of our sisters don't understand that. But as far as the troll comment, absolutely. And you can see it in a lot of the Facebook groups when he first kind of got started. A lot of Kevin Samuels groups were made, and you would have thought that it would have been there with men and women who kind of already agreed with this platform. But what happened is we had a lot of women and men coming to the platform to simply just argue the points. So the whole 2021 could have been a whole year where black men and black women could have had his foundation as a barometer and then conduct about solutions. But instead what happened was a whole bunch of back and forth. Now people getting petty. So as that happened, then YouTube space, and those people started to come into that space. And they brought that same type of troll energy. They really don't listen to people logically. They just want to argue and enjoy that because, again, that's our toxic. That's in our nature. We have a culture that's all about the dozens. We have a lot of women who just want to do the drop the mic moment instead of actually listening to what they're saying. And they just want to be in their feelings. And we also have men who have been raised by women who have that same type of energy. So we have a whole culture in this YouTube space full of troll behavior.
That's an excellent expose. These newfound trolls Ingram experienced, are these trolls mostly men or women in your opinion?
I think it's the feminist women, and it's also the I don't want to say the word the men who like masculinity, the sympathizers, the white knights, the feminist men. These guys flying around with capes. But at the end of the day, that's the side effects of being raised by a lot of women, the absence of men. And what Kevin Samuels and other masculine men in the spaces do is they go against the social programming. What has our community been turned into? It's been turned into a matriarchy. And Kevin Samuels is talking masculine principles and the family and leadership and marriage, all these different things that are from a masculine perspective. And you're going to have certain, I don't want to say the word, I hate using the word beta males, but men that are not masculine. You're going to have certain feminists. There's people that subscribe to Kevin Samuels. I'm sure they just do it because they hate him, or they just want to. He outrageous, and he challenges them so much that, you know, sometimes it's like with boxing. Sometimes people watch Floyd Mayweather. They just watch him to see him lose. But you have these people. He's saying what a lot of men think, but have been, you know, subjugated to the point where they don't want to say it. They can't say it because they're afraid of, or they've been emasculated so much by this gynocentric culture. Right. There's the, you know, they're afraid of being attacked. They're afraid of being Me Too'd any kind of way. So that's where we've come here in this country. And I think those guys are constantly going to be attacked because they dare to challenge the social programming.
I totally agree with you, man. I totally agree with you 100%. And it's sad and it's very much unfortunate that we're beginning to have these conversations. You know, and it's even more sad because of what happened to Lapeef. Because Lapeef has been doing a good job, more or less giving things from a black male traditional perspective. And I think men in general tend to be a lot more traditional. Cliff and Chaos Rank, what's your take on black men and black men being traditional? Would you say that men in general are more traditional as it relates to gender roles in you guys' opinion?
I don't necessarily know about every man. I would say for the most part, no. In my case, I try to be a traditional man. I feel like I come from a background that I come from Jamaica. I was born and raised in Jamaica. Moved to Canada when I was 21. So a lot of the, even though I did grow up in a single mother household, a lot of the values were like traditional values. They were family oriented values and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily see it a lot in Canada and the US though. It's a completely different culture. So I'd say no. That's my answer.
What's your take on it, Gene?
Repeat the question again.
So basically, with the rise of trolls and the meta rise of Kevin Samuels, do you think these trolls are mostly men, or do you think it's women mostly?
I think it's very close, man. I mean, you have to understand that there's a tremendous amount. I mean, the black community has more, simps than any other community, hands down. And a lot of these men are just as upset about the things that Kevin says as the women are. Then you have the segment of the male population who think that it's an opportunity for them to cupcake and go along with the women, thinking that it's going to get them somewhere, when that never works. But for a lot of guys, it's their only opportunity to actually to feel like they have a chance with getting the object of their desire in bed by constantly going against Kevin Samuels. I mean, like the video you and I were talking about earlier, that guy used a point that had nothing to do with Kevin Samuels' content to try to disqualify everything that he says. It's like as if two things can't be right at the same time. Okay, yeah, you made a valid point, but how does that disqualify the points that he's making on his platform? It doesn't disqualify those points. So it's and people who move that way, that's an emotional way of approaching a problem. So again, another effeminate guy, and so I think it's very close as far as men and women, because we have a lot of men who are socially, they are women. Emotionally, they are women.
Right.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Ingram. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I totally agree with the brother said below. There are men that are just basically women, and then they're expressing a lot of female emotions because men focus on results and outcome, not feelings. at the end of the day, and I think that's the biggest problem in our community. If you're a man, you know, I mean, I look at spreadsheets, I look at statistical data and facts. If it don't work, if I'm running a business, and I don't hate to even use the Asian businesses in the community, because you go into those Asian businesses, you pay, you stay, you no pay, you go. They focus on that money. They focus on making that money and being successful. Our people are too much in their feelings, and it doesn't get any results. We've seen this. We've seen it.
I totally agree, man. And, you know, some will argue this current administration has not done anything to improve the efficacy of black families and black communities. And some will argue that some of our women have more or less been conduits of this dysfunction, because with this last election, they didn't vote for black family and black tradition. They voted for themselves. What's your guys' take on that, Cliff, Gene, and also What the Funk? And also the other guys on the panel.
Sorry, what was the question again?
So the question is, some feel that trolls are a byproduct of broken families and broken communities. If trolls are a byproduct of broken families and broken communities, some will argue that some or a percentage of our women were complicit in creating these trolls based on the policies that they advocated for with this last election. What's your take on that?
Well, stepping away from the election part, I think it's a more systemic thing. It's all right. Let's take just mischief in general, like a teenager, right? I remember I was in New York when I was 16, and I was walking down the road with my cousin and his friend. He was a New York kid, and then my cousin was from Jamaica. And the kid just took up a brick out of nowhere, and he said, "You know, I'm gonna smash somebody's car." And I'm looking at him like, you know, you're stupid, man. Like, what are you talking about? I was dumbfounded that he would even say that. So we're walking down the road, and then I hear like a glass smash, and my cousin and the kid, they run right by me, and I turned around. It was a brand new Cadillac DeVille, all black, and he busted out the windshield. The brick was right in the middle of it. And I wasn't gonna run because, you know, I didn't do nothing wrong. I don't know you guys, but the evolution of just mischief in general, like I'm pretty sure, like if you went back in time from that instance, things like that wouldn't necessarily happen. And I was seeing it happen all around that community that summer that I was spending in New York. Now, when you come to the troll thing now, it's just like, you know, same type of behavior and energy, but just a different setting. This cyber world that we're engaging in now, it's a lot of gray area that it's unmapped. Even like a lot of you guys up here say that you're law enforcement. Like at some point in time in the future, a lot of these things are gonna come to the point where, you know, it's messing up people's money. Things that you're doing to troll people are jeopardizing their business that they're trying to create, and their content is just taken down. And good thing they had a contingency plan they can continue. But how does that troll how is that troll held accountable, or who is this person? You know what I mean? There's gonna come to a point where policing on the internet somebody's gonna have to pioneer this, because people like this, it spans off in a lot of different directions.
Right. And I'm going to add some more moderators. Tim Howard is definitely was my chief, and shout out to Gail whenever she's on. But Tim has definitely done a masterful job in moderating. I'll probably get a couple of brothers that I've talked to, like Top Gun and Cool Gent. You know, I'm going to have some of you guys helping me moderate as well, because as this platform begins to grow, they're going to be agitators. And as I said earlier, I come in the spirit of peace. I ain't got time for the foolishness or the drama. My job is to deal with some of these unconscious mental health pathologies that's shaping the kaleidoscope of the black community, because many don't understand they have mental health pathologies. And that's why we continue to see this incessant rise on attack on heteronormative masculinity. Shout out to my man Shannon Rawls for the $20 super chat. And Shannon said, can we put a little something on this, It's tough to do these shows, and you're right, brother. Money matters, not just talking. Please show some love via the super chat. Putting your money where your mouth is the solution. Inspire culture to continue. You're right. These shows are very time consuming. I think I've already done about 3 hours into this show, It takes time coming up with the ideas, doing the thumbnails. Me and Ingram, we talk about this stuff in private many times, and support Ingram Experience as well. That brother's doing the good work. And then also shout out to Andrew Baker for the $10 super chat cash app as well. But these shows are very time consuming. And these shows are very, how can I say it? Sometimes they can be very controversial because many men in these spaces are not coming from a pure pro-black male empowerment perspective that's more or less based on a mental health perspective. What you guys have is very unique, so please don't take it for granted because it's not a lot of mental health therapists in these spaces that are coming from a heteronormative, masculine, cis perspective. You're not going to find too many, but also that's masculine because it appears that masculinity, guys, once again, is under attack and it's causing a lot of issues in the kaleidoscope of the black family because it appears in the black community. I got you muted, Mr. Turner. But the rise of trolls, you know, Ingram, you were in law enforcement like me. We knew about COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was designed to stop the movement of the Black Panther Party. What's your take on this COINTELPRO as it relates to the rise of black male spaces? Do you think that there are agitators by the government to more or less sabotage these movements, in your opinion, Ingram, for a law enforcement perspective?
I mean, I think there's obviously there's certain, the rise of these spaces obviously is a threat to a lot of things, but I think sometimes I always wonder whether we are our own worst enemies, because here's why. Our problem is we're chronically addicted to code and wokeness, and that's the fundamental flaw of our community. And we go back to that thing about us living in our feelings, okay? And not dealing with truth, because like the brothers will come on, they'll talk about all this woke stuff about the government and all this other rubbish that don't get no results. It just basically toilet paper wiping your ass. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't fix anything.
Right.
The problem is right in front of us. We see the problem. We know what the chaos is. We know what the foundation of it is, but we like to dance around these talking points because the reality of it is that there's no popularity in the truth. And there's no money to be made in the cure. The medicine and the treatment is always more profitable than the cure. And we don't want to realize that our problems look at us right in the mirror. I mean, the government does this, the police does this, and everything else. Like I always told people, I have a problem with racial profiling, so I became the cop. Now that's all, even though there's some brothers in the profession that need that, whatever. But I come from a perspective of victimology, where I look at cause and effect. I don't look at, I look at how not to be a victim, not to complain about being a victim. How do you prevent yourself from becoming a victim of something? But I think the rise in these masculine spaces is that you have masculine men challenging the status quo of wokeness and code. Anytime a black man speaks off code, it is huge problem in our community. You got the Simps come out, you got the white knights come out, you got these feminist male, you got these boys that were raised in the 80% with no man in the household, and we just don't deal with the elephant in the room. It's easy to talk about politicians and laws and all this other rubbish, but the elephant in the room is staring right at you. You can't have no 75, 80% of kids born to single moms. You're going to have a disaster.
I totally agree, brother. I totally agree. Everything you're saying is perfect. You're right. I come from a background of law enforcement as well. We do talk about victimology, but I do like what Anton's talking about, even though it could be nuanced a little more and fleshed out, that you don't have, even though I believe that a lot of things we've dealt with in our community, we were victims, but we were victimized, but you don't have to be a victim. And that's why it's so important to degrees your mind of the things that more or less cause the issues that we're having now. Gene, do you think there's an attack, just like COINTELPRO, to more or less usurp these movements as it relates to masculine men and masculine men speaking their point? And then, Turn, I want you to give your points of reference. MC Recovery, Cliff, and also Chaos Rainbow. Go ahead, Gene.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And the reason I say that, and this is from my own experience, and you know very well how much time and energy I've spent going into these gynocentric and matriarchal spaces, these swirling and divestment spaces. Just to see, I've been going into those spaces for years. And what's crazy is that they can say the things that they say about us, like, and they don't lose their channels. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to see the things that I can remember 3-4 years ago having black women tell me, you know, that they were all about aborting black male babies,
right?
Or telling me that they wanted to see my head get blown off. Now, mind you, you know how I am. I'm respectful. I never said anything nasty to them. The fact that they knew I was a black man in that space, observing what they were doing, you know, made them, you know, they would just attack. They would say, "Oh, I can't wait to read the newspaper of when a cop blows your head off." And I mean, all kinds of crazy stuff. And I've never seen one of these women get their channels taken down or demonetized. But look at what's happening to black men. I mean, at one point, do you remember a few years ago, they put out a hit on the Black Manosphere, and like everybody lost their channels. They got them back, but these women in these swirling spaces and divestment spaces, you know, just created a list, and they went in on black male content creators. Now, how is it that YouTube, having the same rules, how is it that black men lose their channels so much easier and faster than black women who have no filter? These women have absolutely no filter.
I see your point. Right.
But they don't lose their channels.
Right.
That's not a coincidence.
Right.
The algorithm, what it does, it just can't seem to find when black women say this type of stuff. I mean, and then you have racist channels that I mean, I've been banned on Facebook numerous times for someone showing me a racist of content on a racist person's page. It's on his page. They're not in jail. I address them, or I take the meme and I share it, and now I'm in jail for 30 days, but they're not in jail. You know what I'm saying? It's like black men are, I see it in my own experiences, how we're singled out, where we'll lose our channels, or we'll go to jail for something that women and racists are doing, and nothing happens to them. Literally nothing happens. But get this, there was a video of a black woman giving a guy a blowjob at a stripper party, right? That video circulated for 6 months, and nobody lost their channel for that video being posted. I saw that video off and on for 6 months. People were sharing it. No one lost it. So when it's a black woman degrading herself, that's okay. But you or I say something. I mean, there's been times I'm in Facebook jail right now for something that they won't even tell me what they put me in jail for. Mm-hmm. And whenever they give me the opportunity to appeal, they didn't give me the opportunity to appeal either. When they give me the opportunity to appeal, 7 out of 10 times I win, because they're not applying their rules fairly, and they're hoping that you don't appeal. Like a lot of people just don't appeal and they just stay in jail. But if you appeal, you'll find out a lot of times they'll send you a note, "Oh, we got this wrong." How do you not know your own rule? How do you not know your own rules? You have to know your own rules. So you're putting black men in jail. You're taking black men's channels down, and you're just hoping that they don't challenge it. Because if they do, you may have to give it. Well, YouTube, I don't know, because I'm not on YouTube, but it's the same. As far as YouTube, I have seen all of the hate comments towards us from racists and from swirlers, and nobody loses their channel. But we lose ours. I promise you, whatever happened on Lapeef is nowhere near as bad as the stuff, and I have receipts.
No, I believe you. I believe you, Gene.
You know how I get down, bro.
Right.
I don't say nothing that I can't bring receipts for.
Right. No, I believe you, Gene, and I agree. Turner, how you doing, brother? Mr. James Turner, how would you like to add to this conversation about the rise of trolls and what happened to Lapeef Network? Actually, you found out about me by me coming on Lapeef. Lapeef was kind enough to grant me to come on this platform, but we did King Talk. Actually, King Talk brought on King with conversations. So there was a time where it was me, Guapo, King, that came on my platform today, and all of us will have conversations related to manhood. But what's your take, Ingrid, James Turner, on the rise of troll behavior, but also what happened to JR and Lapeef? What's your take on it, brother?
Okay. First of all, Kosha, thank you for allowing me to be on here. So,
yes, sir.
Hello to the panel. God bless you all. Hey, listen, I want to say it like this. Is there displaced aggression cause YouTube beefs? Yeah, of course it is. But I'm looking at it from a different standpoint. I'm looking at it as though when it comes to trolling or anything that's negative, it is a requirement that we have it. And why do I say it's a requirement that we have it? Because you don't know how good you are unless you have an opposition.
Mm-hmm.
You can't possibly know how good you are unless you encounter something bad. If you can't look, you can't know how far up you went unless you can see down. Why is that important? Because if you know that you're doing something positive, so the Lapeef Network, it's an entire network that's going on, and what they're doing is they're bringing people to the table, talking about let's have the conversation, and we've jumped off on Anton. Look, no disrespect to Anton, but I don't give a damn about what he's doing.
Right.
No. Now, there's context behind that. What I mean by that is, look, I got too much stuff that I need to be doing on me.
Right.
I got too much, work to be done. I mean, just for what I do as a living, just on myself, just with my children, just with everything I got going on. And when we start focusing on that, man, we ain't got time to be worried about nobody else.
Right.
We ain't got no time for that. And and Buster, we don't have time for that right now. So what? Anton is boastful at times. Sometimes he's arrogant. Sometimes. So what?
Right.
Look, if you know what you know, you gonna be arrogant to a degree yourself. You gonna talk like you know. Well, Anton talks like he knows.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. But what does that got to do with me?
Right.
It's I look at it as there's something positive about what he's saying and how he says it, because he knows. He got it out the mud. There was a time where he talks about it on his on his particular channel about the fact that he had to go and live in his mom's basement. I didn't. My mom had already passed. I ain't had no basement to live in, except for the basement I can do right now. But anyway, but I'm saying that to say that, so when you gotta go live in your mom's basement and you gotta and you look at your woman and you say, you know what, we gonna make more money than we ever had, and she turn around and want to believe you and does believe you, and you come out on top. Come on, man. Don't tell me that you wouldn't be boastful. You don't tell me that you wouldn't be, braggadocious to the degree on that. He's happy, for being him. His head is held high. He can pretty much go where he want to go. As far as him coming to Chicago, he get mad respect. Why? Because the truth of the matter is that Anton knows when to tone it down and when to amp up.
Right.
He ain't gonna walk in Chicago. He ain't gonna walk in New York and not know what's going on. He not coming to any of the 5 boroughs tripping. He gonna come with some respect. So what makes you think?
Well, the problem is he's online. He doesn't have to come to New York. Like, they can see him.
No. But see, that's our ignorance, homie. Because
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you what will happen. I'm not agreeing with the behavior or the mentality, because I don't care. Like, it doesn't even matter to me. I mean, he can say whatever he wants. I'm not bothered by it. But I'm telling you the nature of where I live. That's all I'm saying. I don't agree with it.
And trust me, I understand what happens in New York. But, I'm in Chicago. Some of the same stuff happens here that happens there. But the point is, what I'm saying is that we're looking at a show. We have to remember that a lot of the things that he says is part of the show. Some of it it is true. Some of it is actually how he thinks.
A lot of it is true.
But even with that, how is that affecting our mentality? That's another brother that made it out. Why are we tripping on what he's saying, how he say it? If it's right to it, and I'm wrong with it. I'm not speaking. No, I'm not speaking about you particularly. I'm saying us in general.
No, I know what you're saying, but my point, what I want to say to you is, think about it like this. Look at all these rappers that when they make it and they stay where they live, they get shot and killed. Like this
Look,
is the mentality that we're dealing with. I mean, I don't agree with it, but it's the mentality that we're dealing with, and people underground because of it.
I'm gonna tell you like this: the reason why a lot of rappers go and get shot is because what they want to do is they want to go gangbang after they made it big, and you can't do that.
That's some of them aren't. They still getting shot.
That's why they get marked. They get marked because now they want to do this, what's called gangster rap, and what they talking about ain't really even gangster. And then they go around now, all of a sudden, they want to be Crips, they want to be Bloods, they want to be black gangsters, they want to be Peace Stone. And why you want to gangbang after you make it big when they're real gangsters that want to get out and bring their brothers up, so that you don't have to do that no more.
Right.
That's why they're getting clipped.
Right.
I know firsthand on that.
Right, give me a minute, Turner, real quick. Let me read the super chats off, and we're going to sign off in a minute. I have to go. But shout out to my man, Gene Davis, for the $25 cash app. Thank you, Conscious Crab. I appreciate that.
I didn't even know you could see that.
Oh, yeah, I can see it, man. I can see everything. I'm the all-seeing now. And shout out to my man, Space Hopper, 45 for the $9 super chat. He said reality is most of the content creators in this space underestimated Kevin Samuels. He's well-spoken, articulate, and wears a suit. None of them thought he would blow up. He does it, and now he's public enemy number one. And I agree with that in part, to some degree. I agree with that. I think it did catch a lot of people by surprise. Let me ask you a question, Turner. I think you asked the question. Maybe you answered the question. But just like me and Ingrid, we both were in law enforcement at some point. Do you believe some of these trolls are agents similar to COINTELPRO, in your opinion? And maybe you answered that. I don't know if you did or not. I'm sorry if you did.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by the term. Forgive me.
Well, so agents was similar to what happened with COINTELPRO with what's the guy named the Hoover administration, where they sent agents in, no different like the movie Black Messiah. They sent agents in to usurp the movement.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
What's your take on it? Right. Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, black people, I don't think, on YouTube. They're listening to every single solitary thing that we do, and that's what I mean by the trolling and that kind of thing. It's almost a requirement. For a fact, in culture, I'm gonna say it like this. First of all, that sometimes I know that you kind of somewhat get discouraged about what you're doing. It's good, but then you want more. You want more people to subscribe. And by the way, everybody to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Please, Culture needs you. He's a good person. I talked to him. I appreciate it, brother. Okay, let's move on. Mm-hmm. But here's what I'll say to that. Culture, anytime that you feel like you may be getting discouraged in your walk and what you're trying to do, call me up, brother, because I'll pray for you, pray with you. I'm there with you. Same with anybody else that has a YouTube space. I mean, we've never really talked like that, but I believe in what it is that we're doing in the direction that we need to go. But understand something, regardless of if it's, possibly YouTube doing what they do in the background, because there's no way that Lapeef's channel should have been taken off. No way. I think that was lame in the way they did it. Now, because when they saw what happened, they immediately edited it off. So they could have seen that. Now I don't know the different nuances and stuff like that behind YouTube, but it's like it went down too quickly. I think it went down too quickly because of what they're doing and the magnitude in which they're doing it. I think that it had more to do with the fact that they are a network. It ain't just JR, it ain't just Anton. It's a myriad of other people that come on the network, and they're bringing on people to speak about different conversations and different topics. And, and going back to Anton knows that he's running the show. His main comment is similar to JR's. Let's have the conversation.
Let's have the conversation, right?
It allows people to come on and speak what they truly feel or what they're truly going through. They're seeing people grow from this.
And you know what? Let me ask something, Turner. A lot of folks, like Derail talked about Anton, and some people talked about Anton. But here's the thing: we don't know what Anton did. Anton came back and apologized to a lot of those guys. They talk about what he did to them. He made threats and all that, but then Anton came back and said, I apologize. Let's be cool. I rock with you. I want to support you. But they still got vitriol for Anton, even after he extended the olive branch. But see, we don't talk about that part. And so it comes off as being very hypocritical where folks talk about the negative that Anton did, but when Anton extended the olive branch, I saw him and he said, look, man, I'm sorry, let's squash the beef, let's move forward. He apologized, but they don't talk about that. So to the ones that are talking about solutions, Daryl Long, you don't talk about the times when Anton came to you and extended you the olive branch. You don't talk about that. And King, I love you, but Anton, I think, extended the olive branch to you as well. And even though you said you have respect for Anton, you said you don't like him. But Anton several times extended love to these guys, and they still have vitriol for the man, even after he said he was sorry, I rock with y'all, let's move forward. So that's why I say to the same guys always talk about solutions. When the man tried to extend the olive branch to say, let's make this money together, you guys are still beefing. And I don't get that. It doesn't make any sense to me because Anton has done a lot more good than bad, and JR has definitely done a lot more good in my opinion. You don't have to agree with everything the brothers say. You don't have to agree with me 100%. Some of you guys are not going to agree with me, and I'm okay with that. But I do come in the spirit of genuality, being genuine, and I also come in the spirit of brotherhood because that's what's needed as we continue in this current nexus called America because the world is changing at a very rapid rate, and these petty beefs are not conducive to the long-term sustainability of the black family, the black community, but more or less the American community, because there's a lot of dysfunction in our communities, and it appears to be increasing on a daily basis. Chaos Ring, what's your take real quick, brother? Are some of these trolls agents, in your opinion, similar to COINTELPRO, Chaos Ring? Are you there, Chaos Ring? All right, so Cliff, do you believe that some of these guys that are trolls in these spaces are similar to COINTELPRO in your opinion, brother?
Possibly, because whenever there's some sort of progress, there's always an adversary. It's like playing chess. There's always somebody you're playing against, regardless. You could be making a lot of moves and you could have the upper hand, but all of a sudden everything just gets derailed. I think it's a lot. But yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
What's your take, MC Recovery and Wellness? What's your take on that question, brother?
Well, I believe a lot of the trolls is agents, and some of them may not have nothing else better to do. So and it's a lot of hate. So when I look at the hate, the possibility of us growing, not only in media, but I like to take on what like Kevin Samuels and some of the other people be talking about. See, we need to be out there competing in business and everything. We don't uplift our business leaders, our coaches that's still in the community, and things like of those nature. So we need to start lifting up those black men, the everyday black man, even our law enforcement, because I know youngsters that don't gang bang, and some of them wanted to be a police officer, but when they look at their community, they change their mind and they be a fireman. So we need to start doing stuff like competing, and that's what I teach my 14-year-old. I'm willing to support him on anything business like he wants to do, even other family members. So I'm glad I'm on vacation so I can make my rounds to the different families and check in like my stepfather taught us. So when I hear Kevin Samuels, I hear my father. That's but a low level of him. He got on us hard.
Right.
And he got on the community harder, and that used to have me jealous because I was wondering why everybody listening to this man talk crazy to him. But I see that crazy was really the truth.
Right. Well, listen. To the 55 that are watching, we're going to sign off in a minute. Thank you guys for coming to this show. I count it an honor to serve you guys because there's a crisis in mental health in the American space where many people are dealing with displaced aggression. And some of it is unresolved issues with vicarious trauma. Some of it's due to having a low self-worth, but it's from a myriad of issues that I talked about earlier in the show. But we're going to sign off in a few minutes. And before we sign off, I want to send a shout out to Fuma King for the $10 super chat. He said, bless up, kosher. But starting with the Ingram experience and also Chaos Ring, if you're listening, the question is, where do we go from here in less than 2 minutes? And what did you get from the show real quick?
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm sorry. It was your turn, my brother. My apologies, brother. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. And I'll say my.
What did you call on me or you call on brother below, kosher?
You can start with Chaos Reign. Where do we go from here, and what did you get from the show, brother?
Like always, the only thing you can move forward. If you have like 1,000 subscribers and you're monetized and you're doing these type of streams with people, well, I hear background. Somebody mute this up, please. Okay. One way, there's two cautions you could do. Screening. As you know, with StreamYard, they designed this where you could focus on you to look who it is. That's one way. Another way, and this is something that people do not know, you can create a back channel, meaning that before you could hit live, you can create one alternate and have them click it and they go through that screening process. And that is more effective if those want to take that and use that as the advantage. The third thing, we have what they call a Discord, last time I checked, and there are ways you could use that as a call line for those that want to voice opinion. So there's many avenues to skin a cat. I would say people use those avenues if you're going to be doing these type of stream panels and you want to bring men and women up to those that you don't know. And I mean you don't know, because as you know, Kosher, I'm around YouTube, been doing this now content for 2.5 years, it's going to be 3 in January. So I understand the ropes and the precautions if it has to come to that. So like I said, you have to be proactive. Do not be scared or worry. You must use your intelligence like everything else. If you can't do that, then I advise you have to reevaluate how you do your channel move forward. That's my solution. Oh, Kosher, can you do me a favor? Can you just bring me down?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can bring you down. All right, no problem. All right, so real quick, Ingram, what did you get from this conversation, and where do we go from here?
Brother, I you know what? I'm gonna say real quick, and I'm gonna get out of here. But the biggest thing about this conversation is you have men talking, black men that are respectful men in the community talking. And I think one of the biggest problem that we have is this chronic problem with wokeness that we have in this community. Wokeness and this code nonsense that don't get results. Like I always talk about it in life. We have these people that like to split hairs, but they don't get any outcome. And when I talk about meaning, I go back to my experiences when I first got into law enforcement. I wanted to learn how to do accident reconstructions. The guy who does accident reconstruction that was one of the best in the country was a complete asshole. Okay? I sucked it up and learned accident reconstruction. That's why I'm so good at it. Okay? And it's the same thing with me when I coach basketball. I will not take nonsense from kids. You cannot play for me without a certain GPA. You cannot play for me if you don't go to school. If I look, you have to produce for me a report card. I'm not going to allow you to not be qualified for college and play for me. You may not like me. I'm not your friend, but you will respect me. But if you want to learn from me, you got to be able to deal with masculine leadership. And the problem with our community is too many people are in our feelings. And like I walk on the block, when I'm on the block, and I talk to the young brothers on the block, they call me Joe Clark. They all take off running because I'm talking about jobs and training programs and educational programs. I'm walking with my brochures and shit. So they take off running from me. Like, you don't even need a gun on the block. All you need to do is put a bunch of job applications in your remove that gun out of your holster, replace it with job applications. Them motherfuckers will run from you. You like no disrespect to anybody. You like a Jehovah's Witness. They see you come with job applications and brochures for training. Because I asked them the fundamental problem. You can say anything about white people or whatever. Can you fix anything? Right. If my HVAC system is broken, can your ass fix anything? Do you have a skill? Well, if you have a skill, then you take your ass over to the Votech and get a skill. They pay. You can't get a master plumber to show up without paying him $500. So let's cut this nonsense out. You need a skill set. That has nothing to do with your feelings. That has nothing to do with community. That has nothing to do with government. Get your ass to skill. But anyhow, the biggest issue we have is we got to get out of our feelings and stop focusing on Anton Daniels and his robe and everything else like that. What the hell is the brother saying?
Right.
Can I use what he's saying to empower my life?
I totally agree. Right.
Black
I
people
totally agree.
They got to get out of that crap.
I totally agree with that. And, I agree with what Casual Observer said. He's correct. I said it before and I'll say it again. Thank you for what I call the Gene Davises. I call him the conscious crab. The James Turners always come through. MC Recovery Wellness and Program. He always showed me love, my man Cliff. Thank you guys, because you guys inspire me to everyone else that have given. But like Casual Observer said, black men cannot give a thumbs up or even a $2 super chat, but they want to talk about a revolution. And I agree with you guys. It's sad, man, because, my man James Turner and I talk all the time, man. He trusts what I do and he gives to the cause. But as black men, we got to start doing better if we want to see a movement. We got to support each other. We got to support the movement. And I would say for the majority of the point, the same people that contribute, you guys always hold me up. I'm forever grateful. But you guys don't realize what you have. And so don't take it for granted, because I take a risk trying to empower black men, because a lot of people don't want to hear it. A lot of folks don't want to talk about it because it goes against the status quo. So don't take this movement for granted, because believe me, as I continue to grow, I may not be as available as I am now, but what I will do, I will remember the people that helped me on my ascension. So I want you guys to keep that in mind. But MC Wellness and Recovery, what did you get from this show? And where do we go from there in less than 2 minutes? In less than 2 minutes.
Is he muted? I can't hear him.
I got a lot of things from the show. Is that basically that we need to learn to like to basically listen and see where the other party is really coming from. And I believe even with me, that I was taught, and I picked up some of the traits from, the feminist side of my family, and maybe the community that, like I try to teach my son, everything that someone say to you is not necessarily an attack. So that could be part of my schema of affliction that I'm working on. And I saw it within this chat, on the Lapeef Network, right in the chat, that we're in a time where everything ain't really an attack, and that's basically what I got from the show when I step back and listen.
No doubt. Shout out to my man Cliff. Cliff, what did you get from the show, and where do we go from here, brother? Where do we go in less than 2 minutes? Thank you, sir.
So, biggest thing I got from the show is we all need to learn how to be detached. So it all goes back to the problem that everybody has with Anton. Yeah, Anton is who he is. It's never going to change, but that doesn't change the fact that he knows what he knows, he talks what he talks, and he has the results to back up the things that he says. Because even when he said to me, F your dreams, and I didn't understand it until a little bit later, I got it. I started listening to him objectively. Right. I stopped paying attention to, the braggadociousness, the attitude. That's just him, man. He's just a masculine man, and it even goes far past being masculine. That's just his personality. Right. And in order to get the value that he's trying to convey, you have to somewhat look past all of that and really absorb the things that he's saying in its entirety. Because if you focus on that, you'll miss the whole message altogether.
No, I totally think. Right, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think that the work that they're doing over there, we need to protect people like Anton, Lapeef, everybody that shows up on that channel to have these discussions and to invite people onto their platform to have discussions as well. We need to protect these people because that's how the community is going to change. These conversations that aren't necessarily popular because of, the powers that be, whatever that may look like, these conversations need to happen so that we can inspire change and a different way of thinking. Another message that Anton pushes across is that, you know, he doesn't rock with the black culture. I guess he's talking about the part of the culture that's trash. We need to more listen to perspectives like that and take our minds away from gangbanging and slang and drugs and all them things, because it's easy to do the wrong thing. It's very hard to do the right thing.
No doubt. I totally agree with you. Much love and blessings. Conscious Crab, what did you get from this show, and where do we go from here, brother? But before you answer it, shout out to Soul of Seed. Thank you, brother, for the $5 super chat. He said, I have a growing respect for therapists, and I appreciate your efforts, and I appreciate you, brother. And I shout out to my dear friend. I call it the Chocolate Smurf. I call it the Chocolate Smurf. My girl, Miss Parker, back to basics. She said, yes, that's how I found my favorite YouTube creator, Kosher Clinician. So I really appreciate that. That makes me feel good. James Turner came with me through the Lapeef Network. I've met some wonderful people through Lapeef Network. Actually, if it wasn't for Lapeef Network and Anton, the James Turners of the world, the Miss Parker Back to Basics, they would have never known anything about me, because I was just a mind, a ball of fire float in the atmosphere. But right now, I got some fire for your mind, because the king is coming. The king is coming. That Leo swag in full effect. The king is coming. But real quick, Conscious Crab, what did you get from this show, and where do we go from here, brother? Where do we go from here?
Well, I got a couple of things from this show. One is that first of all, it blows my mind that this could happen to a channel like Lapeef, because, I mean, you know, a guy, is anti-braggadocious? Yes. How offensive is that really? Like this show is like so moderate and, you know, and information based. It's not, there's no nonsense going on. Like it's really scary that this could happen to a show like that. Because if a show that tame and respectful can have this happen, then, you know, where's the line drawn? Now, that's number one. Number two, guys got to get out of their feelings. Like, right. Just because, and you know me, I don't care what people say. Like, just because somebody says something, why do you got to feel some sort of way about it? You listen to it and you process it up here, and that's it. Once you start feeling some sort of way, you basically, you know, evaded man. You're no longer in the masculine space, and you need to get back there if you feel some type of way by something somebody said. The last thing I want to say is that what this show has really taught me is that, like, we, you know, in the manosphere, we're always talking about standards for women and all of this. We need to start having standards for dudes. Like, if a guy moves in such a way where it's like, yo, that is not, you're not behaving like a man. Like, you were talking to the cat that was on here before about that you had seen him do, you know, act and do some really like foul stuff, and he couldn't even deny it. It's like, okay, that is a warning. And, you know, it's like, show me who you are once and I'm going to believe you. Like, you got to start putting up standards with these guys who show that they're not, you know, they're not about being positive and moving forward, and remove those guys, remove them. Like, none of this arguing and debating and going back and forth. If you cannot hold your masculine frame with just because of a different disagreement of a difference of opinion, then you need to be somewhere else. You don't need to be here, because you're all that person is like a boat anchor. They're just going to bring you down eventually. It's just a matter of when, not if. And that's mainly what I got. Like, we really need to start removing some of these guys from the space, because they're a danger to what you're trying to accomplish. It's like taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps backwards with these dudes. It's only a matter of time before they implode.
Right. You know, and you can't take everybody on the journey, man. Shout out to Uncle Stu, Old Man on the Block, and also for my man, Sir Simon. Uncle Stu says salute, support, and for the love. And Sir Hill said, I appreciate everything you do, Kosher. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really appreciate it. When you guys more or less help me more by supporting the program and the platform, it encourages me to come up with good content, but content that's going to also inspire you guys and also to help you think with those thinking errors that's caused you to be in a state of disrepair. But James Turner, the scale balancer, he's my Libra buddy. What did you get from the show, James Turner, and where do we go from here?
I got from the show is the fact that when you're doing something positive, when you're doing something good, and you know that you're affecting a lot of people in a positive way, understand that you will get opposition.
Right.
Whether it's from the place where you're hosting your thing at, or people who call into the show, or or whether they be male or female, you're gonna get it. Expect it. Expect it. Again, you can't know how good you are unless you encounter some opposition. And that's and that helps me in a lot of ways, because what I do, and I work for the government. Man, when I when I first came to work for them, whoo, man, oh man, the stuff that I encountered, and with me being the only African American, director on the team, man, I got all kind of problems. But I thank God the fact that I did not lose heart, the fact that I stayed with it, and now I'm pretty much where I want to be and moving into the direction in which I want to be. So Culture and anybody else that has a platform, please don't lose heart. If you know you're doing something good, no matter where you are in your journey, keep at it. I guarantee you're gonna come out on top. Understand your higher being, whatever you call him. Understand yourself and stay true to yourself, and you're gonna be fine, and you're gonna make it. So that's all I have to say.
Well, yeah, no doubt, man. And once again, guys, this has been a powerful stream, and I'm grateful for all the participants. Thank you, ladies, that are listening. Sometimes the things that we men say, you might not understand it, but it's coming from a strong masculine perspective. Some of you might deem it as being misogynistic, but trust and believe it's coming from a true masculine perspective. Guys, I'm going to drop you guys down real quick. I'm about to end the show. Okay? All right? MC Recover, I'm going to drop you guys down. But it's coming from a masculine perspective. So like I said, guys, we do it all from a place of love, because we love you sisters, and we want to see healing in the black community. Some would argue that the black community is at a cataclysm where it's at epic proportions of no return. With the advent of the metaverse, and with the advent of so many things that have more or less been a distraction to what's called the confluence of thought and mind, some feel that the black community of the past, or the American kaleidoscope, will never come back together. In the words of the prophet Nehemiah, he says, stay on the wall and don't come down. And I would like to say that to Anton Daniels, but also to Lapeef Network. You guys stay on the wall and don't come down. Many times in these spaces, we don't understand why people do the things that they are doing. But that's why it's incumbent upon us to study the whole measure of the man instead of only studying the parts of a man. And I need you guys to remember this: is there are 7 steps to male optimization. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. We're on a mission and a movement to derail trolls and empower men to become the best versions of themselves. I hope you guys enjoyed this show. Shout out to my homie Tim Howell. He always hold me down. I call him the enforcer. And I'm going to also at some point get some more moderators to help me as I continue to grow as a content creator. So once again, guys, I love you guys. We're about to sign off. If I have not called out your super chat, thank you to everybody that's given to me on the show on today. I love you guys, and we're trying to take this platform to another level. And even though we have agitators, there's some that's trying to stop us. We won't be stopped. We can't stop. We're going to continue to grow, and we're going to continue to inspire the brotherhood. Hold tight. Be well.
4 in the morning, you got me up, all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, let's kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say,
are you a victim of brokenness and despair? A broken man is a hopeless man, and a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. Many times, many of you young men that are listening come from homes that are very toxic and very dysfunctional. And because of that, many of you have deferred your power in many ways to the point it's led over into your social life and many times led over into your relationships. If you guys are dealing with mental health pathologies, conscious and unconscious, come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. That's kosherclinician@gmail.com. It's important that you deal with your mental health in order to be a better person for yourself, your loved ones, and also your community. But because mental health is often stigmatized, many of you often suffer in silence. Don't be a victim in silence. And see me once again at kosherclinician@gmail.com. And I need you guys to remember this. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male. And male mental health is one of those elements that's paramount to the functioning of a man. Be well.
Tell them run it off. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, I'm down now. Check, no drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies.